Hi guys, it says that I'm live, but I'm not seeing it on my screen yet. Give me a moment. Well, where did I just go? Interesting. It says I'm live. Hi Anne. Okay, now it's giving me my live. The heck? Here we go. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see and hear me okay. I know, oh my gosh, my glasses are so bad. Hi Rachel. So you guys hear me okay? Hi Juanita. Hi Ann. Bliss. Hi. It's like I need my other glasses. Oh god, it sucks getting old. Now I can see. Hi Bliss. Hi Vasalsa. Hi Sabrina. Rachel, you can hear me? Excellent. Hi Camille. Hi Tiger Dragon JK. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Hi Anastasia. Hi SERE Seer. Oh, happy birthday. Hi Native Mo Horizon. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good. Hi Sonia. All right, guys. I'll come back into the comment section in a minute. But as always, I do want to. I'm thinking maybe I should just leave these magnifying glasses on. But I will come back to the comment section. But I do want to open the reading up first with Mother Mary, and I'm going to bring the lid down, switch out glasses because I'm old. We're gonna use Mother Mary, not use Mother Mary, but we're gonna start with Mother Mary, and then we are gonna use Archangel Raphael again. I just feel like Raphael wants to be part of our readings, so why not? All right. This is for, first of all, I want everybody to know I do have chat replay on. So, if you ask a question, and I get a lot of people, so it can take some time. You have to have patience. I pray that you have patience. And I certainly give it everything I have. So I just want you to know that. But chat replay is on. Also, sometimes you can get a message and you're like, I don't know. But then, something happens in life and then you're like, okay, now I get that message. You can always go back and watch it. All right. So Mother Mary, family. I pray for my family and give this situation over to God for answers, support, and healing. Answers, support, and healing. So if there's anything going on with your family right now or a family member that you're worried about, that you really can't control the situation, God's just saying, hand it over to me. Hand it over to me. Give me your worries. Accept my healing. It's interesting because all of a sudden I'm feeling like healing, but sometimes healing can feel difficult. It's like I want healing, but then that means maybe something's got to go, or you know what I mean? but yet maybe you're being called for that anyways. All right, we have, well, hello, prayer works. So here's God saying, hand your situation, the things you can't control, over to me. And then prayer works. Well, I know that. Dear God and Archangel Raphael, thank you for hearing and answering my prayer, and then add the details of your prayer. Add the details of your prayer. But it's definitely, I feel like a message that your prayers are being not just heard, but answered. And then we have children. I don't know if I've ever gotten this from Archangel Raphael before. Children. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for helping me to help children. Wow. I feel like right there is confirmation for some of you. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for helping me to help children. Amen. Family, hand that situation over to God. God says the prayers are working. And then children. Some of you, it may be a prayer about your child or your children. Well, I got nowhere to put them because I have boxed myself in. All right, let's get to the readings. All right, let me just say hi to those I have not said hi to, and then we'll start doing some of the readings. Sonia, I don't know if I said hi. Okay, I gotta switch up my glasses again. What a difference. Anastasia. Hi, Rose. Hi, Sonia. Hi, my Dawn. You love those cards. Yeah, it's funny. I have other Oracle decks, but those two are the decks I seem to stick with. Hi, Noor. Hi, Sonia. I think I said you have all. It's funny in how then Doreen Virtue. I think that's how you pronounce her name. Then she went a different direction, and it's like she didn't want her cards to be sold anymore, which completely her choice. But when I buy a deck of cards, they become mine. Like I don't think of though I guess I should, of the creator of them. All right. All right. Let me go back. So Anna, Anne, I don't know if I'm saying Anna. And you were in the room before I was in the room. So I'm going to go ahead and do your question. Do you see a romance with a Cancer man, or is he involved with someone else? I don't have any communication with him, but we'll see him in June. Do you see a romance with Cancer, or is he involved with someone else? All right. So Anne is going to be our first question. And interesting, Anne, the sirens just went off in town. The sirens just went off. I don't know if you guys can hear them. I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot, Anne. So this Cancer man. Is there a possible romance between Cancer and Anne? Is this Cancer man attached to anyone else romantically? What can you tell us? I don't know, Anne. I don't know if those sirens, I think everything is a sign. But I just find it interesting. So it may be a little bit of a warning. But then again, it may not be. But let's go ahead and open this up. We have Memories of Love. Memories of Love. It feels like there's another card. Nope. With the Three of Swords. Look at this. We have the Ace of Cups. And then we have spiritual strength. Now, quite interesting because, first of all, you have the Three of Swords, heartache and loss. But I feel like that must have been what was. Because I get this feeling, especially with the Ace of Cups, where it says love begins. Now, I'm not going to say right off the bat that means that, you and Cancer begin this romantic relationship, but I'm not going to leave it off the table either. Because I feel like this is a mixed bag over here. It's like part of like, yes, I've had this heartache, but I also have these loving memories. Or when you think of Cancer, I have a feeling you probably think of him in a loving type way, though. I feel like we can't ignore the Three of Swords. Now, Three of Swords can be healed. Look at this. Rejoice in celebration. Hello, Ace of Pentacles. You have two aces. Stand your ground. And look at this in spiritual union. Now, that just all looks so beautiful, right? But and then I'm thinking, but it can't all be just that easy and that beautiful. Well, I guess I got to go back to that Three of Swords then. And I got to understand that there was something, right? There probably was a connection, and something definitely happened. I don't feel like Cancer is attached to anyone else. And I do feel that when Cancer thinks about you, because I feel like this Six of Cups is both of you. And I feel like both of you probably carry a little of that Three of Swords, whether one be the cause of it and the other one carries the energy of it, or we're both, you know, both of our hearts are a little broken. But so I feel like there's two different ways of looking at them. By the way, that 6 and a 3 equals up to a 9. So I probably need to reflect upon that. And you have a 9 right over here, which is about reflection. But this is really about your spiritual growth through this situation. I feel like there is a chance that this may come together. And I'm saying a chance because, well, let's take a card on one end. We have Justice, which is balance, card of Libra. And then look at this, Power. This is the Strength card. Okay. I feel like there is, let's just say, some old energy that may still be kind of hanging around. And, how I mean that is like some energy within ourselves, you know, probably Cancer, but also within yourself. I feel like, listen, it is representing the two of you as soulmates, but soulmates doesn't guarantee us that it's meant to last a lifetime. Some soulmates come in just to activate our heart chakra to get us ready for really the true love that's coming. But saying all that, I do feel like your heart chakra is activated. I do feel like there was some joy. And it is interesting. You have love begins, the Ace of Cups, and the Ace of Pentacles means something's coming into your physical world, and it is meant to enhance your world. You have the energy of celebration that is mirrored by the soulmates over here. But I do feel like with the Strength card, that's where some of the issues were or are. And that's an individual type thing. Like that's the type of energy, think of like the Eight of Swords, a self-created prison. If I created it, then I'm the one who has to uncreate it. I feel the same with the Strength card. Like, this is each having to look within their own houses, like my own inner demons, and finding balance. And that is what's being asked, balance. And that's what you find truly when you're able to go deep within oneself. Now, maybe Cancer is kind of in that energy right now. There may be something that, it almost makes me feel like a temptation, but I don't feel like it's a person. Let's go right in the middle. Look at this intuition. Your intuition, my dear. Okay, let me just put it this way. I feel like let's take away, if we took away all of life's problems and all that stuff, then I think the two of you would be together. But I feel like we can't. Life happens. Things happen outside of our control. People break our hearts, that type of thing. It doesn't have to mean the end. Many of you know my own story, where I'm not going to go into details because you're probably sick of it, but where Sam and I met as teenagers and then went our separate ways. Truly, I felt like this is the man I was going to be with the rest of my life. But it's interesting. I couldn't say the words, I love you. He said, I loved you. I love you. And I couldn't say it back, even though I felt it. But that's because my mother never said, I loved you. I love you to us kids. So I had a very hard time saying it. So he broke up with me. That was that. And that's a Virgo for you. So, but anyways, I'm telling you all that because, and then 40 years later, my phone rings out of the blue and it's him. And now we are in union. We're not married, but we're in union. So I'm telling you that because you never know how things are going to turn out. But I feel like the more that we find clarity within ourselves, the more that we're open to, first of all, this is definitely speaking about love for you. And it is speaking about soulmate love for you, whether that be Cancer or not. So, and I definitely, with this Ace of Pentacles, makes, it's coming into your physical world, tangible. The Ace of Cups to me is energy, but the Ace of Pentacles is tangible. I feel like, if you're carrying any of the Three of Swords energy still, if you're still feeling like loss, that type of thing, I feel like your intuition is like, let me take over. Let me take over because, we manifest from whatever energy we're in. And that's why I feel like your intuition is like, let me take over. I feel like there's a good chance here, a very good chance. I feel like the love, even if you don't know it, doesn't seem to be the question. What really, to me, feels like the question is life, like the things that came in between us. And honestly, I feel like when both find their individual balance, that means the light and the dark, the masculine, the feminine, right? It's the recognition of oneself. Then I feel this has a very, very good chance. But I also want to say, and let's say that this doesn't work out. This is still for you. This Ace of Cups, this Two of Cups, this Ace of Pentacles, it's still for you. So let's say you reach out and you get turned down. Well, then I'd accept that because that means that you're opening yourself up to what's new, what wants to come in. So whether that be your Cancer person or someone new, and I also feel like if you're in the energy of like sorrow, and I get it, but also think about I'm manifesting from that. So, like Mother Mary and Archangel Raphael may have been speaking directly to you, like hand over what you can't control and let us. So, all right, I'm going to leave that be. It's interesting. We didn't get any Cancer cards, but well, so to speak. So to speak. All right. Camille, I don't know if you have a question. Thank you for the donation. You can tonight. Oh, I just got a message from Sam and says you can tonight. I don't know what that means. Anyway, let me stop talking. I know I'm going to pronounce your. Oh, well, happy birthday. I think I already said that though. SERE. Any birthday messages, please? And thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I feel like I want to use the Universal Tarot for you. Give him a cut. All right. Any birthday messages? It's funny when I was singing. I feel like that's your angels. That's your spiritual team is also singing. All right. Interesting. 2 5s. 2 5s back to back. And not the easiest of 5s, but 5s do speak a change. So let's see what's going on here. Look at that. And then we have an 8, a new beginning. All right. I want to stop for a second, though, and I just want to go over this with you. So we have the 5 of Swords. I see myself backwards in my monitor. So we have the 5 of Swords, which really speaks about anything that's been toxic in your life. People, sometimes it can be in your own thought system. But it's the energy of like changing that. And sometimes it literally just means I have to move away from it. I can't give this energy any of my time type of energy. And then you have the 5 of Cups, which is, the energy of missing someone, missing something, maybe missing love. What you have to be careful about in the 8 of Cups, though, is it can turn into the woe is me energy. But you know what I love about the 5 of Cups is because 5s are asking for change. If you do make that change, there are 2 cups behind this person, and to me that does represent a soulmate. In which way, I'm not sure yet, but I love that you now, after these 5s, it's like you're listening. It's like you're listening to your guidance because it's like there's 2 5s, 2 changes, and then this 8. 8s are always about a new beginning. And I feel like this is allowing oneself to have a new beginning. I feel like you are setting, I feel like you feel free. Like you feel free. And it doesn't even have to mean free from another person. I just feel like this sense, or this is how you will be. This is after I've looked within my emotional house. And that's what the 5 of Cups want you to do. Just, understand your emotions, understand like if I've been, in with the woes me energy, that won't serve me. Because I feel like, in the 5 of Cups, I can't really control that energy. The only thing I can do is just move on, move forward. And again, I feel like it's a promise of soulmates eventually. And it doesn't even have to be romantically, but I feel like you are listening to your guides. You may not even know that. This person looks like they're off on an adventure after a period of hardship. Like, I'm off on a new adventure. And listen, that adventure could just take place in my mind, or I could physically be off on a new adventure. The person in the 8 of Cups is heading towards the 9 of Cups, which is really inner harmony. And that's what I don't have in these 5s. Other people's words, other people's actions, it's like what I love about the 5 of Swords, though, is this is the recognition of that. Because if I don't recognize it, it's going to go to the 10 of Swords. So it will be a repeat pattern. And I feel like, if you were looking back at something, maybe hoping and wishing for something. I feel like your guides are saying, my dear, we're going to send you the signs to, some type of emotional, I feel, fulfillment. But they're in your present day moment. So that's why we need your attention. Like signs, everywhere, sign. 7 of Cups. Look at this. 10 of Cups. House of Harmony. House of Love. Laughter. It's interesting. It's coming above the 5 or below the 5 of Swords. So, maybe this house that was at one time harmonious, maybe it's not right now. Or maybe what I'm hoping is this is saying that you're moving towards the 10 of Cups. So let's keep going. Because, we end the top line with you in a question mode. It's like, I want to choose a cup, but I'm just not really sure. I'm uncertain. And, the uncertainty is usually based on the past. Like, I've chosen cups before, and I'll be damned, they screwed me. You know what I mean? All right, well, let's keep going. I feel like your guides are also saying, make sure you're living for yourself. And what I mean by that is make sure, and I'm saying make sure like I'm telling you what to do, but I feel like your guides are saying, there's joy to be found in your everyday life. And I feel like the more that you can receive that, I feel like the more reasons there will be to be joyful. I hope that makes sense. All right. We have the Magician, Manifester. We have the King of Wands. And then we have the 10 of Swords. How interesting. 10 of Cups, 10 of Swords, mirroring each other. Now, I feel like if there, you may want to ask yourself if you're in some type of a repeat pattern, because that's what I feel like. The 10, where I said that 5 of Swords, if it's not looked at, dealt with, it's going to go to the 10 of Swords. Well, dang it. Here is the 10 of Swords. But I don't feel like it needs to go to the 10 of Swords. And the 10 of Swords, if you look at it, it's like dagger after dagger, usually in your back. But this person's looking right at these swords. Like, I see them coming. I see them coming. I know they're going to come. I expect a dagger, and damn it, a dagger shows. May have something to do with this king. We have the Chariot on one side. And look at this, the Ace of Cups. I feel like if there's been any energy, let's just say in your home, that has been difficult, I feel like there are things that you can do. And one of the things you can do is, it's almost like if there's someone who badmouths you, whether it be a friend, a lover, whoever, I feel like I got to look at that source. You know what I mean? Like, you're telling me what to do. Maybe in the beginning I don't understand, and this may be something that you've already gone through, and it could certainly be your guy's recognition of that. Especially with the Magician here, the manifester. I feel like what you want to manifest is a happy home, a loving home. And then you get the Ace of Cups. Well, be careful what you ask for. It's almost like your birthday gift. And the Chariot mirroring that. It's interesting because Anne's like, well, I want to know about my cancer. And then we get cancer for the next reading. But, it doesn't have to be cancer there. The Chariot's really about unlimited potential. And I feel like what it's saying is when I let go of these fives, and again, these are things that are outside of my control. The one thing I can control, though, is myself, is my reaction. Or in the Five of Swords, I feel like don't react. I feel like things are changing for you. And I feel like things are getting much lighter, but I feel like it's coming through you. It is your own actions at the same time. And also I feel like it's almost like you're manifesting a birthday gift. I'm going to go right in the middle. Hello, Fool. So goodbye, Fives. That's exactly what this energy was asking for. This is about taking a risk, taking a chance, a leap of faith. You may say on what? An Ace of Cups? Well, remember, this doesn't have to mean romantic love. It can certainly mean romantic love. But it can just mean a love of my life, like living like a life that I love, feeling good within my own life, especially coming over that Ten of Swords and the Seven of Cups. I feel like if you have any questions, whether I should continue in that Five of Swords, I feel like there's your answer. It just will repeat itself. But I also feel like don't allow past love to affect anything that may want to find you now. Again, the Fool, taking a leap of faith. Even if you're in a relationship, this feels like a new level. But at the same time, I also have to allow it, right? I have to allow it. Person in the Eight of Cups going to the Nine of Cups, what are they seeking? Inner harmony. Well, the Fool is touching the Magician, and the Magician is the Fool's very first mentor along this new journey. And it feels like something new is opening up for you. And the Magician reminds the Fool, you have everything you possess to be successful on this new journey, this new adventure, and maybe even look at it in that way. Like on your birthday, brand new. So, okay, I'm going to let that be. But happy birthday, my dear. All right. So I just want to remind everyone, I am going to try to do a mix of free and donated readings, but donations always take priority. I mean, I feel like how can they not? But I am going to try to do a nice mix. But let me just want to read your comments. My hubby's kid. Oh, why does it keep jumping? My hubby's kids are very greedy, wanting to get money. When he passes, yes, thank you. I love peace, 100%, yes. I cut energetic ties with my hubby's adult kids. Drama-free zone here. Excellent. 27 years, nice. And you're very welcome. All right, let me jump back out. All right, Camille, so I see your question now. So, which I should have already known anyway. I'm going to use, Camille, I'm going to use it's called the Angel something Tarot. And I don't use it that often. But lately I've been bringing it back out again. And I feel like they're a great deck when you want messages from your spiritual team. And when I say your spiritual team, I want everyone to understand that, like, at least this is my belief, that before we're even born into this lifetime, we're already assigned archangels, angels, spirit guides. We can always receive new spirit guides, especially as those that we love cross over. Of course, they're going to want to step forward and help guide you. But your archangels, and each sign has a different archangel. But it doesn't mean you can't, like I feel like Archangel Michael is for everyone. He's our protector. Archangel Raphael is about our health, and that type of concern. There's different archangels. So definitely I'd look that up in your sign. And I do want to do a reading about that where we're just getting messages from, that might be my next reading. So sorry, Camille, I'm using all your time. But all of a sudden, all this stuff is coming to me. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. Let's just let that be. Okay. Camille. Oh, I know I was going to say. So your spirit guides are always sending you signs. It never stops. Like they're always trying to guide you. They are your GPS. Your whole spiritual team is your GPS for this lifetime. It's like back in the olden days, they used the night sky. Not that we still don't in some ways, but really your intuition is your GPS. Your spiritual team is your GPS. And your angels need your permission to intercept in your life. But your spirit guides, again, are always sending signs. But like if you feel like, I feel like this calls for an angel, then allow your angels or invite your angels in to that situation. As an example, when I get in my car, I always invite Archangel Michael to sit, if I'm by myself, to sit in the passenger seat. And I picture him, I see him like sitting there with the seatbelt, like, put your seatbelt on, Archangel Michael. And then I ask for his protection to and fro. So, now, Camille. Of course, that could have all been for you too, Camille. Look at that. We have one with the 5 of Swords again. Camille. 6 of Swords. It's like you're on top of it. It's almost like you're saying, to anyone, if you're coming in my life and you're bringing drama or you're bringing, anything that is toxic to my growth, I'm going to cut you out. I'm going to cut you out of my life. Like I feel it very strongly where you feel very strong. And I'm not just saying you cut any, like if an argument happens, oh, you're gone. No, I feel like you're really learning what is toxic to your own growth. Like I feel like you're saying, I'm not going to allow anyone of a lower nature to come in and interrupt the plans that I have, right? And the plans that your spirit guides have together. So I like that. That feels very powerful. 6 of Swords certainly is a little bit of discomfort, right? Because it can speak about, again, change. But it's a reminder that sometimes the waters can be a little choppy. But if you're willing to make the changes that don't serve you, that's very temporary. That choppy water, it's very temporary. We have the Devil. I've never seen the Devil in this deck before. It is card of Capricorn. And I always feel bad for Capricorn. Many of you know I'm doing my own deck, and Capricorn is not going to be the devil. It's really about temptations. But it can also be influence, like, illusionary energy. It's almost like you and your love had a fight. And, it's interesting because it's reminding me a little bit of Mercury retrograde, which is now direct, by the way. But it almost feels like there was some type of influence over something of a negative nature. We have the King of Pentacles. Literally could be Capricorn. I should ask Camille what your sign is. I'm sure you've told me. Well, let's think about the King of Pentacles, because the King of Pentacles, when he looks at life, he really looks at the big picture. King of Pentacles is someone who definitely wants to live a grounded life. It doesn't mean I don't want adventures and that. Yes, I do. But, my foundation is important. And I often feel the Queen or the King of Pentacles can be great business owners, great managers, great dealing with people, but also great dealing with money. Now, maybe not all the time, but the majority of the time. Judgment. Your spiritual team. So they're calling you to the present moment, right? Talking about a rebirth. But it's coming under the Five of Swords. And, I feel like, what am I trying to say here? Like, here's your guides, right? Saying that there's going to be a rebirth. Now, that doesn't have to mean in all areas of your life, but it's coming under the Five of Swords. And again, so there's some type of difficult energy there, right? Or it was. Because I almost feel like I don't even need my guides to tell me, when to go, when to stay, what to leave out, what to keep, because I feel like you're just trusting in yourself more and more, which means you are trusting in your spiritual team. And maybe this is just confirmation for you. Whoa. Okay. We got a lot, but we're going to take them. All right. We have the Page of Swords. We have Three of Pentacles. Three of Swords. There's our 33. And I did look up what it meant, and that is a spiritual high five, just to give it a quick energy. Look at this. We have the Ace of Pentacles. Camille, I feel like you always get something relating to your finances. We have the Knight of Swords, and then right in between we have the Queen of Wands. The Queen of Action. This Ace of Pentacles, I feel like for you, because I feel like because you're learning so much, because you're evolving is really the word I want to use. Because you are, I feel like you're really taking control of your life. And I also feel like if there's anyone who, if there's something, and I know there's something you want to bring to the world. I know that you're working on, I'm just going to call it a project. But I feel like if there's anyone who doesn't believe in you, well, they're wrong. Because I feel like your spiritual team is really pointing out your individual, the individual within you and your abilities, right? I don't feel like this, here's Judgment saying, calling you to the present moment, about to be a rebirth, and then you get the Ace of Pentacles. And it feels somewhat like a reward for saying no more to the Five of Swords. Like, done with that. And I don't know if it's this queen or this again can be older energy that you have now, I feel like, cleared up. And, I feel like as you keep moving along, if there's people who just, it's almost like, I almost feel like someone's like, oh, you can't, or you won't, or you can't be successful. And maybe you bought that for a minute, but now I feel like you're really trusting within yourself. And I feel like your voice, like, I'm not sure if you use your voice for like what you do for a living. But I feel, and when I say voice, it doesn't always have to mean like I'm speaking. You know what I mean? It's the lessons that you have learned and how you're now applying them to your life. I feel like your guides are just like, you're on track. You're on track. And in this Ace of Pentacles, it's just like, another avenue opening up for you. I just want to look down at this Three of Swords. Look at that. We get the Four of Swords over at healing. So, it's like whatever energy was heavy, it seems to be going. And it seems to be like any energy that may have caused you heartache, this is the ability to heal that. Now, I feel like you're just naturally healing. And, and I'm using the word healing. You may not call it that. I'm just naturally evolving. But I also feel like your guides are saying, we're there, we're helping you to heal any broken pieces, anything, any energy that remains that maybe won't serve you moving forward. Because again, a rebirth with that Ace of Pentacles, wow. I always feel like your money sector is getting better and better and better. And now, again, I just feel another way to do what it is you want to do and bring it to the world and really trust within yourself because your guides trust you. And I feel like you're being guided. So those who are against you, so to speak, let them fall away. Because I feel like you are on a soul's journey. You're following your soul's desire. And it doesn't always mean it's easy. Sometimes it's difficult. Maybe that's the way it was meant to be. But I feel like ultimately, this is just like, it's like your guides are rewarding you for each step that you're taking. And it all seems like it's moving in the right direction. Only thing I would say is don't allow other people's opinions to affect you or affect what you want to do, because again, your individuality is being not only noticed but appreciated, and it's like you are the man for the job. So that looks very good. And yeah, the Five of Swords, but then I love how the Six of Swords comes out right after it. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I feel like your guides are very active in your life, Camille. Well, our guides are all active in our lives, but I feel like I feel like you see the signs, like, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't even mean you see it, but you feel it. I feel you feel it, if that makes sense. Oh, sorry about that. Beautiful dawn. General guidance from your spirit guides. You got it, my dear. I'm going to use the Cozy Witch for Dawn. I do want to remind you guys that I do have a membership program where I added a third tier to it where I think I put 49, probably 99 or 95 or something. No, probably 49.11 or something like that. Where it just allows you to come into all lives and ask questions without having to pay. So, not that I'm trying to sell that, but I just want some of you to know that. All right. Also, a reminder the chat replay is on. And also a reminder that many times, and I know this is the case, many times your answers, your questions are answered through another's reading. It doesn't mean you can't still ask your own questions, but keep your intuition open. All right. We have the Three of Wands, Dawn. It's like your perception of life is starting to change. It's like you're starting to look at life more through an optimistic lens. It says, put yourself out there and you'll be rewarded one way or another. And I feel like you are putting yourself out there. We have the Four of Cups. Well, just when I thought you're becoming more and more optimistic, and I still feel like that's the case. And then you get the Four of Cups. So the Four of Cups can mean, discontentment, boredom in one's life. But also this person is being offered a cup and they're being asked to use their spiritual discernment. It's interesting. They're in a coffee house, coffee shop, whatever you call it. And I often get that image of like when I used to go to work, I always stop at Dunkin' Donuts, get a cup of coffee. But then, like I picture you guys driving to your regular place and then something makes you go a different direction. And then I trust it and I follow it. It says, try not to be so picky, okay? We have the King of Wands. I feel like you get the King of Wands quite a bit. So is this King of Wands offering a cup? He's on the phone. He's holding a candle. That candle has a flame. Look at this, the Ace of Swords. It's like communication. It's like literally speaking on the phone. And as we're speaking, that flame is lit. This person, this king, by the way, is looking out to the future. So it's almost like through conversation, you start to see your future, maybe with someone in particular. Let's keep going. Look at this, the Ace of Wands, inspired action. This Ace of Wands comes up, especially under the Three of Wands, which is perfect. Three of Wands is like giving away control. It's like, I'm going to live in the present day moment. I'm going to enjoy the present day. It doesn't mean like, I'm going to enjoy all of it because, I got to work and all that. But other than that, I'm going to be thankful for what I have. And when I'm in that energy, that's when you're really open to the universe is open to you and you're open to the universe. And I feel like that's when things really start flowing. So again, this feels very passionate. And I feel you're very receptive to it. At least I hope you are. There is that flame that king is holding. There it is. Interesting because the king's on the phone. There's the Ace of Swords, communication. The king has this candle lit and there's a flame. Well, here's the Ace of Wands with the candle and the flame is lit. King of Cups. The Hierophant. Card of Taurus. 5 of Cups. Interesting. You have the 5 of Cups right there. 2 5s. The Hierophant, that's your belief system. That's your faith. That asks you to keep hope alive. Then you have the 5 of Cups that follows that. And that cup, that is where I'm focusing on what I've lost. But I feel like there's something to be gained. And in this 5, again, what's behind that person? 2 cups. Seven of Pentacles. And the Tower. Interesting. First of all, if this has anything to do about Sheldon, then I feel like, yeah, you should shut that right down. And it's also interesting because I feel like, it's interesting. Whose reading did I feel this in? But I feel this in here too. Like when I least expect it, when I'm not expecting, though you must feel it with this Ace of Wands. Go in the middle. There's that 2 of Wands. Okay. I feel like what this is saying to you, Dawn, is, I know what the Tower is for you, and I know what the Tower is for you. And I do feel like, that part is over. And I feel like you have been in the energy of the 5 of Cups for a little while. I feel like the uncertainty within love. I do feel like, you've gone through some hardships and some pain due to another. But I also know that you were in communication with someone new. And it doesn't even have to be that person. But I feel like what this is saying is there is something new that's opening up for you. You are the one who's going to make that decision, right? It's you who needs to make that decision. It is asking you to use your spiritual discernment. But then I feel like you're saying yes with the 2 of Wands. So I feel like, if you're not already in communication with someone, then you will be. And I feel like this is their flame, like their flame is lit for you. Is your flame lit for them? I think so. Let's take one more. Look at that, the Knight of Pentacles. It's almost like now I can just let it go and let it be, because the Knight of Pentacles represents something coming into your physical world in the right time. And that I can trust in. So I feel like as much as you can let go of the past, which I know you've been working on, and I feel like the more and more you clear that energy, I feel like the more surprises, good surprises you're going to see in your life. And I also feel the more optimistic you can be, even though there can be things that can darken that mood, I still feel like if I can, appreciate today, then I feel like you're going to have plenty of things to be thankful for. And I also feel with the 7 of Pentacles here, whoever this communication is, it doesn't feel like just any old person, especially with the Knight of Pentacles. It feels like probably your person. But I do feel like you have to be willing to move into that energy. And maybe that's why the clearing of the past was so important. But I feel like you've already been doing that. So, I'm wondering if you're still talking to that one guy. And if you're not, then it's representing someone who, listen, they carry a flame for you. And I arrive at exactly the right time. That's what the Knight of Pentacles promises. And is coming over the Hierophant of the light. Probably someone who's got similar morals to you, similar belief systems to you. But it definitely feels like it's a seed that was meant to be harvested in this lifetime. And it does feel like after the fact, after the Tower. And listen, maybe you've learned so much. We want to understand these towers are really teaching moments. But I love that the Knight of Pentacles is like covering this energy. Like, all I need you to do is to try to stay in an optimistic energy, and I'll do the rest. But then when this cup comes in, trust your intuition. So, all right, I'm going to leave that there. Wow. 2 aces back to back. Sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing so much today. V Salsa. Hi, Sandy. A new beautiful encounter soon. Thanks. I think you're asking if there will be. And this is for V Salsa. I think that's what you're asking. I'm going to just jump down real quick. See if I see anything. Hi, Cab. Hi, Christina. Hi, Virgo lady. You're very welcome, Dawn. Yes, you're asking for that. Okay, that's what I thought. Let me go back up. All right. So, what do I want to use? I think I want to use the Light Seers. And I want to remind people, the reason why I give you the name of every deck I use is so if you if you come to Law of the Lies and there is a deck that you prefer, just put it with your question. Like, can you please use, the Light Seers or the Cozy Witch Tarot, whatever you want. Or you can just trust me, whatever you want. But that's why I always tell you. Okay, that one's definitely wants to come out. Those want to come out. Well, look at that. Those want to come out. We're going to take them in order, though. All right, we have the 3 of Pentacles. We have the Tower. We have the 7 of Wands. We have the Fool. Goodbye, Tower. We have the 2 of Pentacles under the 3 of Pentacles. And then we have the Page of Cups under the Tower. But I want to fill this block out. Hello, 9 of Cups. I'll take it. And then we have Justice under the Fool. Now, excuse me. First of all, we have to recognize that the Tower is here. And, so something disrupted your life, right? Something something outside of your control, usually the tower. Though sometimes I feel like the tower is really to save us. Um, and because I feel like there was a period of time where, maybe I don't want to say you didn't believe in yourself. I'm not sure the word I'm looking for. Um, Maybe I didn't feel like worthy, but that was an illusion. But yet, if I still feel that way, um, I also feel like what this is saying is, I feel like you got this tower caused some injury to your inner child. And maybe for a while, you just assumed, well, I'm never going to find great love. But that's not the case. And that's what I feel like that's maybe what the tower made you think. I'm looking at the Seven of Wands, and that's usually the energy of standing your ground. But it's interesting because it's like she's looking right at that tower, and it's like she's overcoming that energy. She's rising above it. So, if it was drama filled, whatever it may be, it's like, I'm just going to rise above it. May have taken me a moment, but then you have the Fool, which is asking you to get ready to take a leap of faith on something. Now, justice being below that, that tower could certainly have been some type of karmic energy. But we don't want to regret that because if we've gone through, like, let's say, a karmic relationship, and it was there to teach us, and we learned from it, then we don't have to repeat that again. You know what I mean? Like, once you learn certain things, and once you gain certain power, I don't feel like it can be taken away again. And justice coming in, really what I would call love reading, is about making you whole again. That is justice's job, but it is also about balance, right? So maybe, ties were cut, and that's part of what that tower is. But listen, I feel like also, in a way, I feel like you didn't get the respect that you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like someone wanted you to be who you're not, and you just want to be who you are. And I feel like that's what this is talking about as the Fool, like really learning to love you yourself and and who you are as a person, like all parts of yourself, like even those broken little pieces. Because ultimately, with the Nine of Cups, that talks about inner harmony. And justice is, I feel like that is part of it. It's almost like I need to find that first so that I can be completely open and free in love. But let's look on one side. Well, hello, Ten of Pentacles. Look at that. Coming over the Two and Three of Pentacles. And hello, Wheel on the other side. I almost feel like this is saying, get ready. Get ready. Because something is coming your way. Now we're doing love. That is asking you you will have to take a leap of faith. Now, I don't feel like I'm saying that because I'm fearful, because I feel like you will take that leap. And I love that the Wheel is here. So I definitely feel this past tower was karmic. And it doesn't even have to be romantically. It just means there was some type of karmic lesson that really I had the opportunity to learn. Because again, once I learned it, your soul has learned it. I wouldn't be surprised if you meet someone, I want to say like around your money sector. So that may be like what you do for a living. But it doesn't have to be that. Okay, Five of Wands. Look at that. Five of Cups. That is like a reoccurring message. And the Ten of Swords. Okay. I feel like, just be careful that, like, during any lonely moments that you don't and I may be reading this wrong, but I feel like, if I'm feeling lonely one day, because I feel like this is not like your normal energy, but if I'm feeling lonely one day, I may like pick up the phone and call someone who probably is not good. You know what I mean? I don't mean like the person's a bad person, but I mean, like, I feel like that is over, like something is over, and I don't want to repeat it. And, you may question that, like, is there someone, that you miss that you want to reach out to? But I honestly, I feel like if that's the case, I feel like that's what the Ten of Swords is talking about. So I feel like for you, don't look back. Don't look back. And that's exactly what the Fool is doing, looking forward, looking towards my future. Really, the Fool's appreciating the current moment. Okay, well, let's go over that. Look at that. The Two of Cups. Well, that's pretty special. That's the soulmate energy. I don't feel like it's this, I don't feel like it has anything to do with these fives and this 10. I'm actually just going to take them off the board because I feel like you've already learned that. That's how I feel, anyways. And I love that you have the wheel, which does speak about destiny. Not only is it showing that a potential of love, right? But to me, it may be because I'm a Virgo. This is where I wanted to go to the 10 of Pentacles. Because to me, this is a house that takes root. This is a house of abundance. This is the house of loyalty. And it's mirroring your will, your destiny. And right in between the two of them now is the Two of Cups. Well, that's the soulmate. So I feel like your reading is saying the more you can appreciate who you are and be proud of who you are, just as you are. And I also feel like if you feel that you found inner harmony, then I feel like you're going to meet someone pretty quickly. If you don't feel like you're in inner harmony yet, then that's what you want to work towards. Because I feel like because this feels, you asked for a special. Well, I don't know exactly what your words were, but what I took from it is I'm just not looking for any old love. I'm looking for a love that would last a lifetime. Well, to me, that's what the 10 Pentacles would represent. So this feels like someone who's destined. And listen, it may have taken time, but there may have been things that you needed to learn, things that you needed to accomplish, things that your soul wanted to accomplish. When I say need to accomplish, it's not that you needed to, it's that your soul wanted to. Even some of these difficult lessons. Because the soul knows I have this lifetime to clear this up. Can I? And I feel like yes. And I feel like that's where your inner harmony comes from. And then I feel like that is the right time for you. So I feel like, yes, you do have a soulmate coming into your life. And the Fool wants you to be free and clear. Cut ties to anything that's not serving you. Find your inner harmony, and the rest will find you. The rest will find you. Like, I almost feel like you, at that point, you don't even, like, certainly put your intentions out there. But at the same time, I feel like your spirit guides got this. And if you so happen to miss the signs will be sent again. I have no doubt. And if you miss those signs, they'll be sent again, even bigger. And listen, maybe you have been missing some signs, and this may be one of your major signs. Inner harmony. Why do I need inner harmony? Because then I can love freely. And that's what love takes, right? If I have to restrict my love, then that may not be the right love. This feels like this is more about each really loving each other, but like all parts of each other. And what I mean by that is sometimes the things that I don't like about myself are the exact things that someone else is going to be like, oh my God, but I love that about you. So that looks very promising. Though, we do want to just understand that there's two fives, right, that ask for change. And it's almost like if I don't, or if I'm thinking about someone of the past who did not treat me well, it could turn, if you question that, it would be a repeat pattern. And I don't feel like it would work out for you. I feel like this is talking about new energy. But really, it does feel like for the rest of your life. Now, there is free will, and I can't come in between that. But other than that, hello, love. And by the way, I feel like energy is changing. I feel like energy is lifting. I feel like things are getting easier. And I don't feel like it's just me. That piece of hair. I feel like a lot of it is planetary. I just want everyone to know who donated below that I'll be down there. I'm just trying to do them in order. And I'll come back and try to do a couple free ones too. But let me see where I left off. Rachel, my beautiful Rachel. Well, that reminds me of a song that my dad and I used to sing. Dun, dun, my beautiful dun, dun. Oh, I can't think of the name. All right, Rachel. You'd like to know what messages your guides have for you, whether it be love, job, or otherwise. You got it, my dear. I'm going to use the Tarot of Dreams. Oh man, I can't believe I can't remember that song. Help me remember it, Dad. All right, Rachel. Temperance, divine timing. Temperance's first message is patience. While all things are coming together, all good things are coming together. Temperance is the energy of being able to let go of control. That's what temperance wants you to do, and instead just trust in divine timing. That means something is coming in divine timing. Well, hello, Six of Cups. And then, interesting, we have the Page of Wands. Look at him giving us that side eye. This might remind you of someone, like that side eye, like kind of mysterious, but like I feel like this is talking about a person that may be reintroduced into your life, and I feel like this person would certainly be someone who's action oriented. But it's interesting because I feel like it's almost like I got my eye on you. All right, well, let's keep going. Two, your cards are taking their good old time, but that's okay. Give it whatever time it needs. Hello, Ace of Pentacles. Mirroring Temperance. Well, my dear, that means, again, the Ace of Pentacles means something is coming into your physical world. This is the one ace that I feel is tangible. You know, something that I can touch. Yes, it's energetic, but it's also tangible. And then you have Temperance mirroring it on the other side. In divine timing, just trust. Trust that it will be so. And I feel like, and then it will be so. Let's go below that. Temperance is the card of Sagittarius also. Oh my gosh. The Palace of Pentacles. It's like you can take this ace, which I often refer to as a seed, because these seeds, we can either nurture these seeds and watch them grow and grow and grow, or we can ignore them and they'll just dry up and die. But you're not ignoring it, because look what it has a potential of turning into. You know, the Palace of Pentacles. A lot of people are like, what does the palace mean? And though I never read the book, I feel like it's an energy that it's the ultimate energy that I'm shooting for. You know, it includes abundance. It includes loyalty. You know, it includes energy that can be handed down. It can be a business that can be handed down. You know, it's like you're creating your castle in the sky, but right here on this earth, with divine's help nonetheless. All right. Seven of Pentacles. Wow. This is your tree of life. And I often refer to this tree as like an apple tree. And each one of those pentacles, to me, is your soul seed of intentions. It's the experiences, the adventures that your soul wanted to have in this lifetime. And it's another energy that calls for patience. But when the timing is right, the timing is right. Now, I feel like what it's saying is one of those seeds are coming to fruition. Again, it's like if this was an apple tree, an apple is ready to be picked. If I picked it before it's ready, then it's just sour. Trust your intuition, because I feel like this feels like a very lucrative time in your life. But I have a feeling that's not all. Let's keep going. We have the King of Cups coming under this page. We have the Devil, card of Capricorn. We have the Three of Cups. Hello, lovers. Card of Gemini. Meaning of the card is a head over heart decision. But I also feel like it's talking about chemistry. Because before it comes to Three of Cups, which means it's a reason to celebrate. It's, you know, it's not asking you to celebrate. You're just going to feel like celebrating it. I feel like there's a couple things changing in your life. It feels like you're getting closer and closer and closer to some of your soul's desires. Let's just look at that. I don't know. Something's like, just take one more card. Why would I even need to take another card with the Lovers? You know what I mean? Like, that's the perfect place to end it. But something said, take another card. And we get the marriage card. My favorite love card of them all. This is a commitment. This is two people making a commitment to each other for the rest of their lives. Now, are they guaranteed that? Of course not. Because free will, right? But can they make it to the end of their lives? Yes. The answer is yes. My dear, I feel like your money sector is growing. And then I feel like you have love coming in. And it's interesting because we do have the Six of Cups. And Six of Cups can certainly talk about someone that you used to know, someone that you would have happy memories of. Doesn't mean they were all happy. And again, this can be completely unexpected. And it may be this page. And this page may now be a king. I feel like you are moving into a very abundant time in your life, but it feels like in all areas, to be honest. Who are you making the commitment to? Well, I kind of want to just look at that page, look at that, another page. So I feel like it's the two of you. And I feel like this is older days or younger days. And now the king is in the present moment energy. It's also interesting because when you look at the devil here, you can see that he is casting illusions over the lovers. But they are illusions. They can feel very real. And this can cause two lovers to break up. But what they have to realize is it was just illusionary energy, because here is the lovers. Oh, here I am pointing out in this card. It's not showing it in this card. I should have looked at it a little closer. But normally you'll see like the devil like trying to control the lovers. Here, it feels like someone feels trapped, but that's also an illusion. The door is wide open. They just have to trust their intuition. They have to trust in their guides. I feel like, we are given power over the devil's energy. And again, to me, it just means illusionary. But here are the lovers. And they are connected. And they're naked because they are their true selves. There's nothing to hide. There's nowhere to hide. But we don't want to hide. I mean, look how they're just connected to each other. And it's asking you, not even asking you, it's just saying that this is something you're going to celebrate. And it's all starting with divine timing. Bringing in this ace. And then this ace growing and growing and growing. But I feel like it's growing your pentacles, but also love. I feel like you're making an ultimate commitment. Well, when? Hopefully soon, but in divine timing. And again, I can kind of let go of control of that and just trust that everything is working in my way. But that is me putting optimistic energy out there. And then just knowing it's going to come back to me. Wow. Okay. And these two pages, I kind of feel like it's you and another. And it can be of a past lifetime for sure, especially with Temperance being there. But But something tells me that you may already know who this person is. But it's not just about love, it's also about your finances, and it's about the ability of you feeling like I feel really secure. Okay. I hope that resonated. Boy, I hope that resonated. Um, and I just want to go down the bottom real quick, see if anybody answered back. Oh, V Salsa. So yeah, past karmic. Okay. I'll go back down and look in a minute, but let me get some of these questions answered. Sophia. Oh, Sarah, prayer warrior. Beautiful. What the heck? Keep getting messages. All right. Sophia. Hi. Will my crush take action or will I have to initiate? Timing, feelings. Okay. I think I'm gonna use the Gilded Tarot, Sophia. So, is your crush gonna take action towards you? Or are you gonna have to initiate it? And if so, well, just tell us whatever we need to know about Sophia and her crush. All right. Man, everything is just like popping out. All right, we have the King of Cups. We have the Three of Wands. I like that. Hello, Will. Destiny. Six of Cups. Temperance. Well, there's your divine timing. Three of Pentacles. Under the Three of Wands, there's our 33. And the Nine of Wands under the wheel. And the Ace of Swords under the Six of Cups. You know, first of all, the King and the Six of Cups to me are the same people. That is your crush. Doesn't even matter the sign. Because I feel like the King of Cups will come out because it's speaking about love. And it's interesting that Temperance comes below that, right? Because you did ask like divine timing. And that's exactly what she's talking about, divine timing. You know, I feel a couple different things here. I feel the person you have a crush on, I feel they kind of feel the same way. Um, I do. I just feel, you know, I feel like if they were to describe you to someone, like, and you weren't around, I feel like they would describe you as pretty, playful, fun, lighthearted. I feel like, but can be serious. I feel like they would say that you are, and listen, they may not even know all this about you, but it may just be what they're feeling. I feel like they would say that you're someone who takes responsibility, for any actions. I feel like they have a very good view of you. Now, this 9 coming under the wheel, it's almost like, reflection. And I have a feeling, um, especially with temperance here, I feel like if this person does not reach out, then I feel like the answer is yes, you should reach out. And it doesn't have to mean I reach out and I lay everything on the table. Though, if that's what you want to do, then you should do it. But sometimes just a simple like, hey, you're on my mind. Um, I don't know why. I just want to see how you're doing. And that may open up the line of communication. Because I feel like once the line of communication in that direction is opened, I feel like it stays open. Six of Wands, victory. Tower on the other end. I guess we do have to take a chance. I almost feel like that's what it's saying. Yes, it could be a tower, but it could also be victory. Let's take one right in the middle. Queen of Wands, the queen of action. Okay, this is what I'm feeling. First of all, I feel like the person you have a crush on, I feel like thinks very highly of you already. And I don't even have to know you. Maybe they just pick up on energy. But I do feel that energy of, like there's only good things I can say. But I do feel like this is also saying that don't be afraid to reach out. You don't have to reach out. But with the Ace of Swords here, I would say, yeah, be willing. Be willing to be the one who does that first, reaches out first. Because we're always waiting for other people to, and sometimes we need to take the initiation. We need to initiate the action, but it is showing victory. But it's also showing the tower. Okay, why the tower? Look at that. Whoa, look at that. The 9 of Swords. But look at it, it's in reverse. The tower now all of a sudden feels like to me things that were left undone, things that could have been left unsaid. 9 of Swords in reverse means don't allow fear to stop you from doing what you feel you want to do. And I do feel like that's talking about communication. I don't feel like the tower is an absolute no. I feel like that's just what my mind may think. But because the 9 of Swords is in reverse, I feel like maybe you're trusting in divine and you are saying, you know what, I am going to reach out. And I think it's a good thing. Doesn't mean things move like immediately. Maybe it just continues with conversation for a little while. But listen, that wheel is going to turn, and it's going to turn in your favor. I see nothing here that makes me feel negative or worried that you'd be like 100% shut down. I don't feel that. But in the same breath, let's say I am shut down. Well, at least now I know. So I can get on getting on. You know what I mean? But I don't feel like you're going to be shut down. So I feel like, yes, you should reach out, especially with the Queen of Wands being the last card, because she is my queen of action. She's someone who follows her desires and thinks about it later. Okay. You definitely have to let us know what happens with that. That's the interesting thing about doing readings is I don't always get to know, like, what happened. But I feel very good about that. Sophia, you could wait and see if they take action. You could wait. But at the same time, do you have to? I don't feel like you do. All right. I hope that helped. Sonia. All right. Your son stopped talking to you. Going into 2 years now. I've tried and tried to talk to him, but he still won't listen and will not let me see my grandchildren. Oh, my dear, I'm so sorry. I'm sure there's a backstory to that, but please don't forget about me. I won't forget about you. All right, so Sonia. So your son stopped talking to you about 2 years ago. You've tried and tried to talk to him, but he still won't listen and will not let you see your grandchildren. What do I want to use? Choose a Luminous Tarot. 10 of Pentacles. All right, I want to go straight to Sonia's spirit guides as it relates to her and her son and the issues that they're dealing with. What advice do you have for Sonia? Six of Wands, the Empress, the mother, Two of Cups, the Hierophant, interesting, the Six of Cups, interesting. I'm saying interesting so much because, first of all, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there is a special connection between you and your son. And we open with the Six of Wands, and that really is where other people are listening to you. But why are you not being heard? We have the Eight of Wands. We have the Nine of Pentacles. And then we have Judgment. It's interesting because it doesn't really seem to give us the reason, other than, I guess the only thing I can really pick up on that is because I feel like in the Six of Wands, this is you speaking. But maybe your son feels like it's coming more from your ego. And I don't really feel that's the case. But it's almost like I don't know if I'm telling him how to do something, how to live life, or what have you. If there's something in his life that I'm trying to advise him on, but he doesn't want to hear it, type of energy. Definitely representing you. Look at that, the Five of Pentacles and the Hermit. All right, so I feel like something happened. I don't know if like, if like there was a split between you and his father, and like he still hangs on to that energy. He's hanging on to something from the past. He's hanging on to something that was beyond his control, but yet suffered the consequences of it. And I feel like I don't know there's a whole lot you can do, but I do feel like his spirit guides are trying to help him find the clarity that he needs so that there can be communication. I feel your son's a very independent type of person. And maybe doesn't like to be told what to do. And I'm saying that because, this Nine of Pentacles to me is it's the energy of a Virgo. And Virgos don't like to be told what to do. And then you have the Hermit's also a Virgo. And even though, like, I feel like you have his best interest at heart, but I feel like there's something he's hanging on to from yesteryear. And I feel like it's going to take him reflecting upon that. I also feel like, the more you can come to him with your spiritual knowledge, and I don't mean like speak in like spiritual lingo, but I feel like come from a place of your wisdom. Yet at the same time, I honestly, I feel like his spirit guides are helping him to find clarity. And though I feel like at least at one time, I feel like you had a very special connection. I feel like something happened. Something happened, and I feel like he still has not overcome that energy. Now, it's almost like mom and dad break up, and I put the blame on mom. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's the kind of energy I'm talking about. Like, where one parent gets the blame and it feels like it may have landed on your shoulders. Look at that, the 10 of Wands and the Devil and Temperance. Divine timing. I feel like the main thing is I have to figure out what he's hanging on to, what energy he's holding on to. Because I feel like it weighs upon him. You know what I mean? Like that weight lies on his shoulders. I don't feel like he's seeing things clearly though. You know what I mean? Like I feel like again, let's use the example of like mom and dad break up. It's almost like, well, then dad says these things about mom that really aren't the truth, right? It's coming from their perspective, but it's like it feels like a lower vibrational perspective, not really the truth. But as a child, how do I weigh that out? I don't know their exact relationship type of thing. Now I'm using that as an example, but it does feel like something major happened. And I just literally feel like that is what he's not letting go of. Now, there's such beautiful divine energy on this side of the board, though, that I feel like it's almost like he has to come to this reflection on his own. But I also feel like with Temperance here, that I do feel like there's an opportunity for this to be worked out. And I do feel like you will see your children, your grandchildren again. But, well, I want to come over and look right at that Five of Pentacles. We have the Page of Pentacles. So it's like something when he was younger. Something when he was younger that he's still holding on to. And when I say younger, I mean it could just been a couple of years ago, but could have been, but you're sitting here as the Empress, so it's very clear to me that you are the mother figure, that you are not just the mother figure, but you are coming from love. And the only thing I can really pick up beyond that is when you do speak, just being careful that the ego doesn't get involved. And that could just mean, like, let's say again, for an example, that, there was mom and dad, and then mom leaves dad. What I mean by that is that you don't go into like all the issues about, well, dad was this and dad was that, because I feel like someone did that to you. And I know it's been, I think you said 2 years, but I do feel like the time's going to come when he's, and I feel like the more one's a parent, the more they start to understand their parents. Even where like we have gone wrong, because listen, as parents, we've all gone wrong somewhere along the way. But I don't feel like our kids judge us on that. I just want to look at the devil, and we have the King of Cups. So I feel like there's someone out there who has just said things that were probably untrue. But yet I feel like that's the influence your son took on. But yet at the same time, I also want to say what's done in the dark will come to the light. And I mean that in your benefit. But I do feel like, there's some time. There's some time. But I feel like this time is meant to reflect. And I do feel the more I'm in parenthood, the more I start to understand like my mother's journey and that type of thing. But long story short, I definitely feel like something happened in the past, and I feel like that is where the issue is at, and I just feel like he hasn't overcome it yet. But I do feel he will. I do feel he will, and I feel like, if the opportunity arises where you can have a conversation, then I would say, just listen as much as you can. Just be an ear as much as you can. Instead of being the one who's talking, like, yes, say what you need to say, but then be that ear. Because I feel like you're going to hear clues from that. But other than that, I wish I could tell you, like, yes, I feel like this clears up right away. But I do feel like it does clear up. It just feels like we can't control it more than your son's reflection upon it. That was a difficult one. I'm going to let that be, but that was a difficult one. But yet, at the same time, I feel like if there is anyone out there who may have been like, bad mouthing you or saying things like untruths, I feel like that will come to the light. And maybe that's exactly what will be the opportunity to then come back together. Because I feel like you will. But I can definitely feel your son's plight at the same time. All right. That's a boy. Oh, that boy Z. General advice. Okay. I think that's the first time I've ever seen you here, that Boise. Welcome. Um, all right. I'm trying to think, what deck should we use? Choose a Psychic Tarot. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles out. And this is for that Boise. General advice. Wow. Okay. Wow. What's going on with the cards today? Everything is coming out in blocks. And holy cow. But we're going to take them. Especially when they come face up. That's one of my rules at my table. If they come face up, I take them. All right. We have material and spiritual prosperity. We have discontentment and boredom. This is the Four of Cups. Choose wisely. Seven of Cups. Interesting, because in the Four of Cups, you are making a decision. In the Four of Cups, you are being offered a cup. Some cup of fulfillment. Whether that be in your material world, or whether it be in your in your love life, or whether it be all of that. But it is signifying that the choice is yours. You know, that the choice will be yours. If you don't know what I'm talking about yet, but let's keep going. Eight of Swords, self-created prison. Here it's called trapped in fear. I can certainly be blocking opportunities in that energy. We have patience, which is temperance. Temperance is coming out a lot today. Divine timing. The waiting game. Interesting. Patience and planning. So you have two cards that speak of patience. Two sevens back to back, 44. We have wisdom, which is the Hierophant. And then we have light, which is the sun. Now, I feel like anytime you see the sun in a reading, it only speaks of happier days. But maybe it's asking you to, because it looks like something's changing in your life, and it looks like an opportunity is coming your way. But the only thing that makes me a little leery is that Eight of Swords, because that can be an energy where I am blocking opportunities, where I'm afraid to make a choice, right? I'm afraid to make a decision over one of these cups. Well, then you need to go back one card, because in the Four of Cups, it asks you to use your spiritual discernment. You know, when you're uncertain, go to your guides, ask for clarity, and you have the Hierophant right below that self-created prison. You know, your belief system. You know, you're not trapped. If you feel trapped, that's an illusion. You're not trapped. You can free yourself at any time. And sometimes I feel like temperance is waiting for us. Divine timing is waiting for us. For what? To free ourselves, to free our minds. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. So interesting. It's like the waiting game under discontentment and boredom. But yet here comes the cup. And it's coming through the number 7, which is a spiritual number. And then you have patience and planning. That's the 7 of Pentacles. You know, that is your tree of life, so to speak. So it feels like, you know, one of the seeds that you have planted is coming to fruition. And then you are going to make a decision of a yay or a nay. But I feel like, again, everything seems to be coming from the light. I feel like there's something, you know, I feel like there's something that you want. There's some type of change. I feel like that you are seeking, and it's like divine wants to answer that for you. But you've also, in the Four of Cups, this person's back is to the world. In the Eight of Swords, same thing. Like I go in with my go within myself, and it's kind of like, well, I am blocking opportunities. I just want to see what's mirroring the sun, which is the Hermit. So reflection. I feel like if I'm worried about accepting a new cup, whatever it may mean for you, and to me, a cup is a cup of fulfillment. And that means it's something that is going to make you feel good. It's something that's going to help your life in some way. But I feel like first and foremost, the energy of the hermit, right? Understanding like, why did I create that prison? Why am I having a hard time making a decision? A choice. Am I waiting for something to come around that's not, doesn't seem to be coming around? And then something else shows, you know what I mean? Like a different opportunity. And that can mean, oh, well, it's not exactly how I thought. So maybe I shouldn't, you know what I mean? But yet it's being sent by divine and it's being sent in the light. I feel like it's very important that you just examine your life, like look back at different chapters, and really look and see how you have grown, like what you've learned from especially your difficult experiences, and how you've overcome them. Like give yourself the credit that you deserve. Take one right in the middle: deception and envy and temptation. Interesting. So you don't want to be pulled back into energy that was difficult to start with. And this could certainly talk about a previous relationship where the energy was untrustworthy, where someone did come from their lower vibrational energy. And that may be what you're afraid of. Like, I don't want to be pulled back to that energy. Well, that's even more of a reason to set yourself free from the Eight of Swords, because you want to have a clear mind. So, as again, Temperance is saying, this cup is coming whether you want it or not. You know what I mean? Because it feels like it's meant for you. But it doesn't feel like it has anything to do with your past. And that's why I feel like the past needs to be reflected upon, because I feel like when you do that, and you may have already done it, but there still seems to be something, and it may be tied around your emotions. You know what I mean? So it may be like within your emotional house, but I feel like that landed within your thought system. And then you got Virgo so close, so be careful you're not overthinking something at the same time. I almost feel like Temperance is giving you reassurance of what's next in your life is not of lower vibrational energy, but you also have to be there. You know what I mean? Like your vibration needs to be in a certain place to receive this, really to recognize it. Um, and then you also, it's the energy of like letting go of the things I can't control. Instead of creating barriers, I'm going to let it be. I'm going to let it go. I do want to reflect upon it, but really, I just want to get, I want to improve my spiritual wisdom. I want to understand that I've made it through the dark night of the soul before. And if you feel like that's kind of what you're in, even in temptation, this person's finger is touching the light, and that light holds the key to the next door. So that, even in the darkest of times, I just need to reach for that light, and that light will unlock the door for me. And I feel like that's what Temperance is saying to you. And here is the light, by the way. Here is the light. So, letting the past be the past. And then moving your energy into current day energy. And what I mean by that is like trying to be in an optimistic view of really what can come towards you, because sometimes the things that come towards us, we couldn't even believe it. Like, it just seems impossible until it becomes possible. It feels like there's nothing to fear here except for fear itself. So that's what you need to break free from. And it doesn't have to be major, but it is part of a block. And that may be why Temperance is like, I'm waiting for divine timing, because if I bring this cup in now, it may be overlooked, or the fear may like block that. So I'd rather you find this inner harmony first, and then watch what happens. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. And I feel like if you've been waiting for someone or waiting for something and waiting, maybe that's not what you're meant to wait for. Maybe you weren't meant to wait. Maybe you're meant to start anew. If that makes sense. I'm just reading Seer's comments. This little thing I did after my divorce. I wrote to God and said, if I am to be with another mate, these are the qualities I would like. I was very specific in my letter. Everything I asked for, I got. I neglected to mention a great relationship with his adult children, and I've had a struggle, not with hubby, but with his entitled adult kids. Okay. And those who asked, am I doing free questions? I am, but I'm doing donations first. Live 888. All right, so you recently started a new job and the process has been difficult. Do you see me succeeding here, or will I be offered something somewhere else? I have a feeling you hope to be offered. All right, so you started a new job and the process has been difficult. Will you succeed where you're at, or will something else be offered? I'm going to use the Good Tarot. And this is for Live 8888. Give them a cut. We don't really have to shuffle. It's our first time using them. All right. We have the Three Swords. We have the Seven of Wands. We have the Nine of Pentacles. We have the Page of Cups. Page of Cups is mirroring that Three of Swords. Could certainly talk about your inner child. We have the Star. The Chariot. $77 again. Interesting. We have, I love this. So you have the Nine of Pentacles, which can certainly talk about independent success. I mean, the meaning of the card is successful self-employment, but you're not self-employed. So this talks about the building of your money to, becoming feeling independent, or you are independent within the money. And then I love the Nine of Cups right below that. That's inner harmony. That's a fulfillment of a wish. Well, you do have a star right here. So I feel like, and then we have the World. Interesting, because I feel like even though you're going through this difficult period, I feel like you're on a path towards abundance. But you're right, it may not be well, okay, let me put it this way. So the star is saying that there's a dream, a hope, a wish that wants to come true. And it's mirrored by the World, which is the next chapter. Now, next to the World is the Nine of Cups. So that's inner harmony. But the inner harmony is coming over how you make your money. And then you have the Chariot, which can certainly stand for movement. This is what I feel. I feel like I'm not telling you to leave where you're at, but I feel like ultimately, I would say if you're unsatisfied, not to say anything where you're at, but to continue putting the word out or resumes out, because I just have a feeling something may open up where, or it could even be in this job where after the initial hardships, you find it's something you just love doing. Because I feel like ultimately that's what it's talking about, whether it be this job or this is actual movement into a job where you feel it just feels right to you. Let's take one on both sides. There's the Sun and then the Hangman. So I would say don't rush to action. But I do feel like, listen, I feel like if you're at a job right now, and I know right this moment things feel difficult, I do feel like there's a potential. And it's weird because I'm not really sure it's with this job where I feel like, you can like go home and be like, oh, I just love my job. Or if it's something else. The Sun does speak about a brand new day. And the Hangman's over here though, but slow down. Slow down a minute. Maybe it's not time to move. But the Sun will illuminate the right time. It's definitely illuminating the energy of you not being like really satisfied at this moment. Let's go in the middle. We have the Two of Swords and the Seven of Pentacles. Okay, let me put it this way. I feel like the job you're at right now, I do feel like you're meant to be there. I feel like there's something that you're learning. And I feel like whatever you're learning from this job, if like, because I still feel like you should still put like resumes out, word of mouth, because something like the perfect position may show itself to you. And then I feel like you would move, like you would follow that. I definitely feel like you would follow that. But at the same time, I feel like there is something valuable you're learning right now. So who knows, like who knows what you're going to be doing with that information. But I do feel like, tell yourself that you're exactly where you need to be right now. And then when it's time to move, that you can trust in your intuition. Like if it feels like, okay, an opportunity shows and you feel that's the direction you want to go, trust that. But don't, but I feel like, but I don't want to look at the job I have right now as like, you know, I mean, I know you're not, it's hard. You're not joyful in it right now. But yet still I feel like you're exactly where you're supposed to be, which means that you're following your soul's intention. And it reminds me of like back in the day when I used to manage fitness centers, and then out of the blue I got fired. And I forget how old I was, but I was pretty old. Because then I went to job interviews and I couldn't get a job. Which was crazy. I had a fantastic resume, and I ended up taking a job at an Italian store, and it was like the pay was like so low compared to what I used to make, but I took it anyway. And then as soon as I started working there, after the initial learning, I started to understand that I had purpose there. And I could see where I was helping like certain customers in certain ways. Now, I didn't stay there, but I definitely understood why I was there. And I'm kind of feeling that for you. That's why I'm saying all that, by the way. So I would just say keep putting out, if you feel in your heart of hearts, this isn't like where I feel like I'm going to be satisfied, or, even financially, just keep putting that word of mouth out. And I feel like the right thing will find you. But also don't look at this experience as something that is a waste of your time, because I don't feel like it's a waste of your time. And I feel like this hangman will turn around in the right time. Because part of me does feel like you'll be changing jobs, but I don't feel like it's right now. So I would just say, think about what you're learning. Even if you don't feel like it's got a lot of merit behind it, I still feel like there's something that you're learning. And it doesn't even have to be like about the actual job. It could be the energy around you. So, and then I feel like potentially there, through your actions, though, I feel like there may be something else opening up, because I do feel like ultimately you're going to find this place where you really enjoy what you do. Okay, let's pick that up. And then I believe you had another question right under that. So we will change decks. Oh, I can't stop coughing. All right, yeah. So your question, do you have any messages for my guardian angels or passed on loved ones? And this is live 8888. Trying to think. I'm going to use the Angel Something Tarot. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles because we did use it once for Camille, I believe. I'm looking at my monitor as I'm shuffling, and I can see that I'm lagging a little behind. Interesting. All right. Live from her spirit guides, past loved ones. Any messages for her? For Liv? We have the Six of Pentacles. Beautiful Knight of Pentacles. Justice. And then the Tower. All right, so the Tower is mirroring the Six of Pentacles first and foremost. That's the energy of give and take. It's also an energy of compassion and empathy. I often feel the person in the Six of Pentacles really does care about their fellow man. I want to help where I can. The only thing is sometimes I can be too giving. You know what I mean? Like I need to make sure it's a balanced energy. That's really what the Six of Pentacles is asking for, balanced energy. And I feel like that may be where the Tower is at. You may be someone who is more of a giver than a taker. And maybe it wasn't of equal value, so to speak. I love that you then have the Knight of Pentacles coming in, which is your guardian angel. To me, it's like the highest energy. And again, if we think about the Knight of Pentacles comes at the right time. And can I make that time? Can I make it come sooner? I feel like yes. Our energy is a barometer of what's coming towards us, or it's our intentions that's creating our present and our future. But remember, this Knight of Pentacles is meant to bring you in this pentacle that really can change a life at the same time. And then it's met by justice. So justice, if it's not talking about previous cutting of ties with someone, then it's talking about making you whole again, like after the Tower. I feel like your guides recognize, your loving nature, and also how at some times in your life you were taken advantage of because of that. But I feel like really you still, like, even though maybe I've been taken advantage because of that, I don't let that, or you didn't let that stop that part of you. I also feel you'd be very good working with people. Why? Because I feel you feel good when you're helping others. It's a whole different type of payback. We have the Two of Pentacles. Okay. Well, that makes sense with the Knight of Pentacles right there. So that puts the ball in your court. Look at this, the Ace of Wands. It's almost like you're going to feel it before it arrives. That is inspired action. So it's like your spiritual team is saying, we're bringing in this pentacle for you. And this pentacle is going to enhance your life. But you do have to be the one that says yes or no to it. And I feel like if I say no, then that would be because of previous Tower energy. But if I've been able to clear that energy, then I feel like I'd say yes all day long. And I also feel like this is representing the passion it brings into your life. So yes, it's a pentacle. Pentacle means to me that, again, it's something that's coming into your physical world, but there's passion connected to it and action. It does take your action. But remember, this is inspired action. So I feel like I think about it for a moment, but then I move into it. So let's continue. I feel like also one of your guides, I feel like is someone from this lifetime. I mean, could literally be a Libra. But what I really feel like is like my job as your guide is to make life fair for you, right? Help you balance within life. Knight of Swords. And let's take one more under the Tower, the Page of Pentacles. So it makes me feel like this Tower is of younger years, but yet it's still here. So it must still have a little bit of effect on you. Remember the Tower of things. I also feel this could talk also about someone that you may have lost quickly, like like someone left this world quickly. But yet, they left this world quickly, but yet I feel like instantly I was in heaven at the same time. Almost like telling you, yes, there is heaven. And I feel like they're communicating to you, like they are sending you signs. We have the Emperor, the father figure, and then we have the King of Pentacles. Look at that, the Page of Pentacles to the King of Pentacles. And let's go right in between the Eight of Wands. Well, Eight of Wands to me is my intentions. I often picture in the Eight of Wands, 4 of those swords are my intentions going out into the universe, and 4 of those swords are my intention coming back. Now, it can come back in a different way than I asked, but it will come back in probably a way a better way, like a way I probably couldn't imagine. I feel like you're definitely being sent signs, and it's interesting. I don't know if your father is also crossed over. That's not who I feel over here. Because I feel this person was younger, and I feel like very quickly I went, but I feel like, don't worry about that because instantly I went to heaven. Instantly I was with God. And, if you had any doubt that they're guiding you, they're showing you that they're guiding you, not just through the hard times, but also towards the good times. I feel like you need to be ready because I feel like something's coming your way and it is of a divine nature. And it may come through some type of communication. But I feel like when it comes in, it then takes your action. But I feel like you're being inspired to take that action. And what do I feel like it's going to do? I feel like it's going to make you feel whole again. And I just want to look over here. Look at that, the Nine of Pentacles with the Emperor. My God. Isn't that funny how we just did a money reading on you and you had the Nine of Pentacles and you have the Nine of Pentacles again? That is independent success. Nine of Pentacles talks about the work, the material harvest from the work that I put in. And there will be a material harvest. Next to the Emperor, well, dare I say, like the boss, like you will be coming. Does that make sense? You will be becoming the boss, the leader, the manager, You know, it's interesting because I feel like this is like continuing from your last reading. So I do feel like, this knight who's coming in, bringing some type of communication that then takes you to say yes. And again, it's inspired action. So like your intuition will feel it. And I feel like it's just leading you to a path of abundance. But honestly, I feel like your guides also want you to know, like we're with you at all times. And I know I said this a few times today, but it's just the truth. Like we're not only with you during the good times, we're with you during the hard times. And we're helping to guide you and to help you find that light. I feel like you have a couple spirit guides who, I mean, you have quite a few spirit guides, don't get me wrong, but I feel like two from this lifetime and one may be a friend because I just feel like someone that was gone. Well, it just feels instantly, but I also feel probably younger in age versus, mature. Doesn't mean that they didn't have mature energy. So I guess what I'm feeling is like 40 and below, that type of energy. But then I also have a father figure over here. Now, if your father's still with you, this could certainly be like a grandfather. But I feel like what do I help guide you with? I feel like your money sector. And I feel like another one is to help you really overcome these towers and to become whole again. And then I feel like opportunity is coming. I feel like, I do feel like there's a need to, I don't want to say let go of how your finances are going to improve. I think more, I want to say trust that they will improve and they only get better and better and better. And I do feel like there will be another opportunity showing itself. And I can't tell you to follow that. Yeah, it has to be your free will. But everything here feels like, yeah, yeah, like, yeah. So, and I also feel like your prayers are being heard. Like, when you speak to your loved ones, or even when you're praying, they're being heard. Like, your words are being heard, your wishes are being heard. Doesn't mean you're being answered in exactly the way that you're asking. And many times that's the case. Like we can say, like, this is what I want, and I want it to look this way, and I want it to be that way. And divine's like, okay, well, but we're going to send you in really what's best for you. So, okay, I'm going to let that be. I do love it when we get a 2 next to an ace because I feel like for those of us who worry, like, what if I'm not ready, this and that? Well, it does kind of put the ball in your court. Now, if there was an 8 of swords there, I'd be like, oh, then I'd be a little worried about that ball being in your court because sometimes the ball is better in divine's court. Okay, let me just click out of this stuff. All right. Boy, a lot of people today. Christy, hi Christy. Sag Sun and Scorpio rising. What to do, where to go. Thank you, Sandy. So happy. you're with us today. Oh, thank you, Christy. All right, so Sag Sun, Scorpio rising, what to do, where to go. Thank you, Sandy. Okay. I'm going to bring out the Cozy Witch Tarot, but let me give it a couple good shuffles. Judgment just popped out. To me, that's a sign that your spirit team's listening. All right. I'm going to give it a cut too. Let me go back up. Where'd you go? All right. So Sag Sun, Scorpio rising, what to do, where to go. For beautiful Christy. Okay. Where to start? Where to start? Well, let's start with the Tower. 10 of Wands. The Fool. It's funny, somebody said, Diana left me a message and she said that she could hear my accent from Western Pennsylvania. And she said, when I say the Fool, it sounds like I'm saying F-U-L-L. So now I'm like thinking about it when I say it. But anyways, the Fool. This tells me, Christy, you have been through something quite difficult. But also tells me that that period coming to an end. Now, is it because you're allowing it to come to an end? I think so. You know, I get this feeling that, man, I just want to find a cabin in the woods and I just want to be alone. Now, I don't know if that's how you're feeling. We have the Patient Witch. I guess all good things in their time. There you have the Fool. Interesting, you have the Fool, and then the energy of patience. You know, which one is it? We have the Seven of Pentacles. We have the Three of Cups. Okay, so before I move on, I feel like, first of all, we got to look at the we got to look at the Tower and the Ten of Wands. That definitely is a difficult time. That's a period of time where it's like, often feel the person in the Ten of Wands is secretly wishing for a Tower, wanting something to end. Can also be a period of time where there's just a lot on your shoulders, you know, but it feels like that's being lifted after what feels like a long period of time. But I feel like this is saying, this is about, you know, this witch, the Fool, who is always being asked to take a leap of faith, right? It always signifies that something new is opening up, and you're either going to take a chance or you're not. But I feel like you are, because even though we have this difficult energy, and even though it does feel like it took a while to clear this energy, you do have the Three of Cups here. So I feel like whatever the Fool is heading towards, it does give you a reason to celebrate. So let's go. And it's next to the Seven of Pentacles. So, and that tells me that even even that tower was meant to happen. Now, why? Why are towers meant to happen? Because again, I feel like there's valuable lessons there, and sometimes the lesson is just like I stayed at the party too long and I got to learn to leave the party earlier, that type of energy. But whatever it is, yes, reflect upon it. But I feel like maybe you've been doing that because I feel like I want the Fool's energy to now take center stage. So let's go below the, whoa. We have the Three of Pentacles under the Fool. We have the King of Swords under the Patient Witch. We have the beautiful Empress on one side, and the other side we have the Five of Cups. So I feel like that Five of Cups is a little bit of what this tower is talking about. 33 connected. Oh, 333. All of a sudden I'm picking up this energy also that this time is for you. Like I feel like I've been giving all my energy away, so to speak. And I feel like now what's coming next in your life, it is for you. You know what I mean? Like you are the one who's going to celebrate it. It's your heart that's going to be full. You know what I mean? Full. And it's interesting because we have the Five of Cups. Well, I mean, it says here, spilt tea isn't the end of the world, but it's mirroring the Emperor. So it tells me that you had the opportunity to learn quite a bit from these tower type energies, because that's what the Empress does. She breaks them down, figures them out, extracts the wisdom, and then closes the door. She lives in the present moment. She is the creative one. Her heart is always open, but she is nobody's fool. And I feel like if you've been waiting for someone, but not getting the results you've been waiting for, it may be the time to let that be. Now, as I say that, it doesn't mean that something like if this is talking about love that I wished would come back, doesn't say, it doesn't mean that it can't, but I wouldn't want it to come back in the same way, especially with the 10 of Wands there, because you may be someone who tends to, how do we say this? It's almost like I'm picking up on Virgo's energy, like where I'd rather just do it because I know I can do it right. And it's almost like I had to learn how to delegate. I had to learn how to trust others to do what I can do instead of trying to do it all myself. But at the same time, the lessons you have learned, I feel like, are valuable. And I also feel like, with the Fool and the Three of Pentacles below it, again, it feels like your time because this is about your individuality. And probably somebody, in the Three of Pentacles, I often feel there's someone admiring me, but I don't know that they're admiring me. They're admiring what I do and how I do it, but I'm not really paying attention to that because my head's down doing my thing. I also feel like you'd be a great writer. Or if you carry like like stored energy that you have a hard time getting rid of, then I would write it out, like get it out of the body. But in the same breath, I feel like your words are kind of valuable. Let's go right in between. 6 of Cups, happy memories, and then the 2 of Pentacles. Okay, so 2 Pentacles puts a ball in your court. 2 Pentacles, you know, they call it the Juggler's card. Means I got a lot of balls in the air. Do I want to add another ball? Can I juggle another ball? But that's not how I read it. I read it using the logical mind. Like, the more I use my logical mind versus a fear-based mind, the more opportunities I give myself. Now, dare I say, just want to look at one thing. I'll go right above this, the 8 of Pentacles. Wherever you put your focus is what you're going to grow. Wherever you put your focus is what you're going to grow. 8 of Pentacles is a reminder not to be afraid of going into something, you know, in the apprentice energy, so to speak. And knowing that you'll learn as you go. I just want to read what it says here. Sorry, but fairies aren't going to come do all the work for you. Well, that's kind of rude. I want to go right below that also. The 10 of Cups. Interesting. Okay. I feel like first and foremost, there was a need to really get to know you, all aspects of yourself, you know, but in a way where you can be proud of yourself. Because I definitely feel like you've been through it, and probably more than one tower. But I definitely feel you have the energy to overcome that, you know, especially sitting here as the Empress. And remember what the Empress is about. The Empress is someone who keeps her heart open. She doesn't allow life to make her hard. She stays loving and nurturing. But because of her experiences, she's nobody's fool either. You know, this is where I am using my wisdom. And anybody comes towards me that does not have my, you know, my, can I think of the word, best interest at heart, well, then I'm going to know it. I'm going to feel it. I'm going to see it. I'm going to cut it out before it even reaches me. Now, I also feel like this is talking about love, because I feel like the more you put your intentions towards joyful things, the more you move closer to this 10 of Cups. Now, I keep seeing that 5 of Cups over there, and I'm thinking, does that mean that someone is coming back? That's a potential. But I want to look right at that. Well, hello, Knight of Pentacles. So, potentially, someone is coming back. Now, when I'm saying back, because I don't really have any energy of like even this lifetime, like, other than I feel like, you know, there was a day where I gave and gave and put all the responsibilities on my shoulders. But I feel like I've learned that lesson. And listen, I feel like if anyone's coming back, then they would be coming back in a higher vibrational energy, especially with the Knight of Pentacles over that, because I feel there's no way the Knight of Pentacles would bring anyone into your life that's going to disrupt it in a bad way. Quite the opposite. And it's interesting because I feel like, I feel like one day you might be writing a love story, whether it be your own, which it kind of feels like it might be. And I'm saying you're writing it. Maybe you're just speaking of it. Though I do feel like, I do feel like you would be a good writer. Like I could see you writing a book. And I feel like part of that book would be like a self-help book. Let's go just right in between the two. Queen of Pentacles. The witch is in. She's about to open a new door. This could be someone who's also connected to your money. And when I say connect to your money, I just mean it could be working in the same field. Excuse me, could be working in the same field, but she's about to open up a new door. And what's right below her, the Ten of Cups. I feel like, there's no other way I can put it. But I do want to say, I feel like the energy is coming towards you. It does give you a reason to celebrate. So this is good. This is good energy. Now, if someone's coming back, then of course you want to make sure that their vibration is high, or at least you're on the same vibrational level. Because we can always help each other raise our vibration even higher. But I don't want to lower my vibration to be with someone. And I don't feel like you are. I feel like this Ten of Cups is an energy you are going to reach, especially with the Knight of Pentacles here. I do feel like you're going to reach it. But I feel like there were some lessons. Maybe I had to learn how to love, how to be able to give myself completely. And I feel like you've done that before, but you may have done it in a different type of way, without as much confidence as you would have here. So I feel like the Queen is going to open up this door. Here's the Ten of Cups, but it does put the ball in your court. Okay, I'm going to let that be. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Where am I at? Where am I at? Hi, S Yoga. Hi, Sandy. Will promotion and or soulmate love come in soon or later? All right. So will promotion come in? And also, will soulmate love come in? And if so, approximately when? Can you use the psychic tarot? Seven of Cups, choose wisely. But I'm not ready to take him yet. I want to give him a good shuffle. Especially because everything's been coming out in blocks. I want to make sure they're shuffled really well. I know I'm taking too much time, but... All right. So, promotion. Will that be coming soon? Soulmate. Look at that. The Seven of Cups made its way out anyway. Choose wisely. That does mean something's coming your way. Look at this. Emotional loss. Five of Cups. Holy cow. Look, they wanted to come out in a block anyway. All right. sacrifice, truth, judgment. Moving on. Moving on up to the side. Memories of love. Look at that under emotional loss. And then, hello, Ace of Wands. Passion ignited. Coming under sacrifice. But sitting next to truth. Truth is judgment. And judgment is calling you to the present moment so that there can be a rebirth. And I love that the Ace of Wands is here because I feel like intuitively you're going to know, like, as whatever is coming in here. I mean, it is showing us a cup. And then you have the 5 of Cups and the 6 of Cups. I mean, look at that. 5, 6, 7 of Cups. But I feel like, you know, you have the 6 of Swords here. Just realized 2 6s back to back. So anyways, what I was going to say is this means that you've taken a look at your life, that you understand the things that have been toxic to you. And I feel like, you know, you've done some soul work. You've cleared what you could clear. I definitely feel that within you. And I feel like your spiritual team feels that too. You know, I do feel like, you know, it's like I had to sacrifice something in love, but maybe I needed to. Maybe it needed to be sacrificed because, listen, maybe something else is opening up for you. Something is opening up because truth wouldn't show up or judgment wouldn't show up unless there is about to be a rebirth. And again, it's mirroring choose wisely. So kind of puts a ball in your court. Look at that mental conflict. So you have 2 energies where there can be a little confusion, you know, or a little self-doubt about trusting yourself as it relates to potentially accepting whatever this rebirth is giving you. We have transformation. It's shown in reverse. And then we have hope, the Star card. Okay. There may be one door that you're having a hard time closing. And it could talk about something that was of yesteryear, of an emotional nature, probably love. And you may be refusing to close that door. You know, maybe I want that. Maybe I'm not ready to close that door. But in the same breath, I feel like I need to close that door. Now, just because I close a door doesn't mean that, let's say this is love. It doesn't mean that love can't come back, but it can't come back the same way. And what I mean by that is if I was in love and then things went bad and vibration just went low, well, I don't want that to come back, right? If someone wants to come back into my life, then I want their vibration. I want them to understand what went wrong. Type of energy. But sometimes I do feel like we can get stuck in that energy, you know, of waiting and wanting and wishing. But listen, I feel like really what this is saying is don't allow the emotional past to have an influence on your decisions of today and tomorrow, you know, because it does feel like a dream that's coming true. And, you know, I say dream coming true, it all sounds so magical and fantasy, but literally I feel like something is opening up that is something that you had hoped for. I just realized, oh, it's not an arrow. There's a person standing in there. I don't know why I never noticed that. It looked like an arrow up, but it's not. It's a person. The waiting game. And then the marriage card. Okay. Okay. I feel like there's something in your life of an emotional nature that didn't turn out maybe the way you expected. I feel like you had a hard time closing the door to that, putting an end to that. Maybe someone, you know, um, just went quiet on you, so to speak, because the waiting game is you. And sure, sometimes we should wait, but not over the Five of Cups and the Seven of Cups, especially when you have the energy of moving on. So I feel like what this is saying for you is there's potentially someone else coming into your life. And I don't know why I'm saying someone else, but maybe not who I expected. Because judgment wants you to have this rebirth, but you do have to allow it at the same time. The Two of Swords, it's a little bit of a block. It's not the Eight of Swords where I feel like I am just not willing to take any chances. Two of Swords to me just means fear raises its ugly head, but I have a feeling you'll be able to see it, notice it, and then eliminate it very quickly. And listen, sometimes things of dreams come true, and it can feel too good to be true. And that may be a little bit of what that is also. I feel like, I feel like no more waiting for those who, and I'm not saying that you're like, this is necessarily what you're doing. But I do feel that energy of like, you know, again, is if someone wants to be with me, well, then step forward and be with me. Someone doesn't want to be with me, I'm not going to wait and wait. But I feel like that may have been a little bit of it. But then it's almost like it's reading like two different readings here. And I do feel like, the sacrifice may talk about the letting go of maybe what I wished would have happened, but didn't happen, probably in the way that I wanted it to happen. But judgment's like, but don't think that's the end, right? Because you do have the marriage card here. And to me, that's a commitment card. It's coming over the ace. So I don't feel like this is talking about a previous commitment. I feel like it's talking about new. And I love that energy because I feel like that would have to be a soulmate's energy because again, I can feel it before it even arrives. But this little teeny block over here could put a little damper on it. It's like literally your spiritual team is saying what feels like a dream is about to come true. We're going to give you inspired energy to then move forward in it, but it is ultimately going to be your choice. I feel like this is yesterday, this is today. And I feel like that's covering love. Now, I also want to look as it relates to a possible promotion. Whoa. Accelerated motion. The Chariot. Look at that. Spiritual strength. 7, 8, 9. Partnerships and alliances. The Nine of Swords. Dang it. Now, we can eliminate that. That can just be overthinking. Worrying that, that a promotion won't find me. That maybe I'll be stuck in the same place. But everything here, I mean, literally, I just want to know about promotion and look how it progresses. I feel like definitely keep your intentions. It's like let the universe know that that is what you're looking for. And the Chariot does feel like the movement. And then partnerships and alliances, it does feel like a promotion, but I feel like it's a very well earned promotion. And why? Because I feel like there is a true recognition of you and the work that you do. Like there is, like you're being recognized. Um, and I feel like you don't have to worry about that. But I do feel like a promotion's on its way. And judgment is like, get ready. Like, get ready because there's some dreams that are coming to fruition. Get ready, right? Like, don't be fearful. Don't overthink and be more like the fool and just jump into it. Put your toes in the water. I love the progression of this. And let's remember that Chariot does speak about unlimited potential. But I feel like you are really good at what you do. And I do feel other people recognize that. Now, it doesn't mean those words are spoken. But listen, you don't have to speak it. Just show it to me in my paycheck. That's what I would think. Okay. Goodbye yesterday. Hello tomorrow. What are these? The World. Look at this. And the Seven of Pentacles. They must have come out. I just missed them. The next chapter. And the Seven of Pentacles, I don't know how many times I've said it, but I feel like it's your tree of life. That means seeds, a soul seed is coming to fruition. But I have a feeling two seeds are coming to fruition. The wrong card. The universe would signify the next chapter. But listen, it signifies the next chapter because it's saying a job well done. That's why the universe shows a job well done. And I love that it's next to a 7. I can't find the card. Because to me, very spiritual. So I feel like you've been on a spiritual journey and a job well done. But I also feel like in your finances, a job well done. Like it's just like a universal nod to you. Okay. I know, guys, I'm trying to go faster. Kind of. Virgo lady, how do you make a donation with your question? I think you just hit super chat and then you can type in there. But if your question is longer, then it allows you to put in with your donation, then you can just turn around and, put another one out. Oh, Chrissy, you're talking to Virgo. I thought you were talking to me. I'm like, I have a box. Okay. All right. Camille, you're still here. All right. V salsa, exactly. Karmic lessons. Yeah, I could feel that. All right, so Camille, let me grab a drink real quick. By the way, I don't know if everyone would have like super chat on their channel. I don't know. But you can also use PayPal because PayPal lets me know right away. I would assume, but what do I know? All right, Camille, I'm using the crystal vision for you. Five of Wands. Be careful of drama. Don't get pulled into anyone's drama. Five of Wands can definitely speak about, fighting going on. Magician. Yet at the same time, I feel like it's simply saying to you, don't get pulled into anyone's drama. Because in the Five of Wands, nobody really wants to back down. Like nobody wants to say, I'm sorry. But sometimes it's like, I don't need your sorry. You know what I mean? Like I just need to, and what do? I just need to remove myself from it. The Hierophant. Take the high road home. King of Swords. I feel like that's you. The Nine of Swords under that Five of Wands. The Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles with the Magician. It's really good energy. And I'll tell you why. First of all, the Nine of Swords next to the Queen of Pentacles can talk about overthinking. Like I'm overthinking something. And it's tying back to that Five of Wands, Camille. So, I feel like there's something in that energy where I feel like you should not give it your worry. Because I feel also with the Queen of Pentacles and the Magician, it's your ability to like read between the lines. And I feel like what that's talking about is any type of, again, fighting type of energy. Like, maybe I can, it can even be like someone who fights with me. And, I could easily look at that person and be like, man, you're just so drama filled. But it could be coming from a broken place. And I feel like you can pick that up. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean that you should stay in it or, but I also feel interesting. I'm getting like this mixed bag because I also feel even those who do have drama, I feel like you have the ability, even though I don't want you to get stuck in it, I feel like you have the ability to see the issue and therefore solve that issue. But I guess it takes more than one person, right? Like I can see it, but can they? And if they can't, so be it. Four of Swords under the Hierophant. Queen of Cups under the King of Swords. Maybe it's not you worrying. Maybe it's this queen. First of all, I want to say I love the Four of Swords under the Hierophant because it is really healing from the Most High. Page over here and Judgment over here. So your spiritual team is back. Okay. So I feel like what this is saying for you, Camille, is again, any kind of drama that shows itself or that you've been in. I feel like, first of all, I feel this like ability to again read between the lines. Like I can see where it's coming from. I'm going to tell you a very short story because this is what it reminds me of. Way back, I got involved with someone who became very abusive. Of course, I didn't know that going in, um, but as an empath, I could see where that pain was coming from. Now, I'm not saying that person had any right to do the actions they did, but I was able to understand where it was. Matter of fact, I even went to the person's father and I said, "You're the cause of your son's actions." Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you that. Um, hmm. Been a long time since I thought about that. Seven of Cups right in between. Choices. Choices. I get this feeling, Camille, that listen, I feel like you're doing pretty well in your life. And that doesn't mean like I have everything together, like all my shit's together, but you're getting there. You know what I mean? Like you're getting there. And I do feel like you have a very high vibration. And I feel like you should always trust your own intuition because I feel it's very strong. I feel like this reading is just merely saying to you, like, first of all, it's pointing out your ability to be able to look at difficult issues, difficult people, and to really find the root of the problem. You know what I mean? Because some people can say it's you, but you can look back and be like, well, not that you even have to speak the words, but I feel like you can not even dig in. You can just figure it out. You know what I mean? And I feel like you learn from these things. It's interesting. I feel like you learn from your life experiences just as you were meant to. It's like I just feel proud of you. I feel proud of you because I feel like you've come so far. And yes, you still have a far way to go, but I mean that in a good way. Like there's just more blessings that lie ahead. So just be careful not to allow anyone to come in between you and your blessings, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But that for some reason, that's really what I'm picking up right now. Um, so it could be someone that you're involved with who is like starting arguments, and you're like, where the hell's that even coming from? But yet I feel like you can figure that out. Um, and I'm not saying that means like that I should join them in that drama because I don't feel like you should. And maybe it is a discussion, like, I understand where you're coming from, because, again, I feel like you have the ability to help heal those who are having a hard time healing themselves. It's like you're a natural born healer. And I feel like as you mature, you know that more and more and more. You feel it. And if you don't, you will be, or you should be. I feel like you do. So I feel like that is your message. Just, um, rise above any drama. And I feel like, the healing that First of all, can the healing be for you? Of course, we can always use healing. We are imperfect. That's how we were born. Like we're born imperfect. So we can always use healing. But I feel like this is really talking about your ability to help heal others. But if others are resisting that, then you let it go. What's that saying? Don't cast your pearls before pigs. That's not the right saying. It's a Bible. Don't cast your. I can't think of the saying, but maybe you know what I'm saying. Oh, sorry, guys. Those have headphones on. V score. Wondering what Ed is thinking about us coming together. He's a Leo, 8-9, and you're a Scorpio, 10-30. One day off my daughter's birthday. Excuse me. All right, so wondering what Ed is thinking about the two of you coming together. He's a Leo, and you are a Virgo, which would explain your name. Cozy Witch. Temperance popped out. Divine timing. But I want to give it a couple good shuffles first. I'm making my way down there, guys. And those who cannot stick around, you can certainly leave your question, and donations I will always get to. But you can leave your question and watch chat replay if you can't stick around. I don't expect everyone to stick around as long as I do. All right, so what's Ed thinking about the two of you coming together? I like Leo and Scorpio together. I feel like they can really balance each other. I'm glad your cards are taking a little while because I want them to be the right cards. We have the Nine of Swords. Look at that. Versus the Nine of Cups. So we open with worry. But if we got to remember that Nine of Swords is about unnecessary worry. We have the King of Swords. Or I'm sorry, the Knight of Swords. We have the Chariot. I like that. We have the Two of Wands under that Nine of Swords. We have the Three of Cups under the Nine of Cups. We have the Queen of Cups, there you are, under the Knight of Swords. We have the Queen of Swords under the Chariot. All right, let's look at this real quick. First of all, we open with the Nine of Swords, so that is worry. But it is, the meaning of the card is unnecessary worry. And that Nine of Swords is being mirrored by the Chariot, which is really unlimited potential. What's it say? You'll never get anywhere if you keep standing still. But that really is about movement. But it's movement once balance is found. It's interesting how I just said Leo and Scorpio, I feel like they balance each other. So I don't know. I find that interesting. I literally just said that. Um, so I feel like the Two of Wands under that Nine of Swords, I feel like this is you worrying. But then it comes down to the Two of Wands. So it does feel like you're starting a new path. And then you go into the Three of Cups, a reason to celebrate. And it's literally connected to you. So let's go in both ends. We have the good luck charm. And we have toxic witches. Be cautious of those who take more than they give. Let's go right in the middle. Look at that. The Ace of Pentacles. Hello. I feel like, I feel like Ed, I feel like you both carry a little worry and a little excitement. Like, I feel like both are true. Now, I feel like the worry, I mean, we all get why there'd be worry, right? Like, can we really make this work? Can this be something that can, be the rest of our lives type of energy? Well, I feel like as long as you feel everything is right, then I feel like this has very good potential. I mean, the Ace of Pentacles literally means what's coming into your physical world, and we're asking about you and Ed. So I do feel like you and Ed do have really great potential. I do feel like a conversation needs to be had. Like, let's just have an honest conversation about us, about our lives, about our goals, without projecting ourselves too far out in the future. Because I also feel like there's the energy of like, don't forget to enjoy each and every present moment. That's where the butterflies and excitement, and that's where you're building your foundation at. Um, yeah, I feel like besides the worry, but I kind of feel like, I do feel like it's a little Ed, but I feel like it's more you. I completely understand it. And I guess what I would say, because the Queen of Swords says, don't you dare lower your voice for anyone. I would definitely just say to you, if this is what you truly, truly want in your hearts of hearts, but make sure at the same time that you feel that your vibrations are more on an equal level. You know what I mean? Other than that, it feels like, like if I can just get rid of the worry, everything else feels good. So I feel like maybe the way to get through that worry is through an honest conversation. But it looks like you're coming together. But I still would have that conversation just to make sure that you feel good, that it feels right to you. And if it does, then definitely move forward. But I see the only restriction is that Nine of Swords. But I feel like we can talk about that and we can work through that. So I don't know. It looks very good. Um, though I do want to make sure that you know, like, I want to make sure that, like, if this comes together, that Ed and I are on the same vibration, that we have the same goals in mind, you know. And again, we don't have to project ourselves out to like the 10 of Cups, but we do want to know, or at least I feel like you want to know in your heart of hearts, this is something that is worth your effort. And I feel like you'll find like all that will come through conversation, and then you just trusting your own intuition. So I feel like if there's any worry of Ed's vibration, or let's just put it a different way. Let's say this comes together and then it breaks up. I feel like the clues would be very right in the beginning. And I feel like you'll know through the communication. But I feel like the chances of this coming together are very, very good. And what is Ed thinking? I feel, you know, I feel both sides of it. But I feel both sides of it for you too. It's like you're both thinking the same thing. Like you could see the joy that it can be, but also the fear of it. I see it all. And I feel like you're both thinking in the same way. And that may be why I keep coming back to a good conversation. Not like a fighting conversation, you know, not like, well, this is what I want. Just like, let's just talk about us. But man, that Ace of Pentacles right in the middle literally means coming into your physical world. Okay, well, I'm not going to deny that, and I'm not going to overthink it. Pretty eyes. My Virgo sun, we have the same birthday. That's right. You just put it down there. I forget who's, I don't know, it was Virgo's reading where I saw our birthday. I see it quite often. All right, so pretty eyes. Virgo sun, Scorpio moon, Aquarius rising. Anything about financial security, career, romance life, home life. So really just open to it all. She's the tarot of dreams. And you know, that's a lot of questions. So what I'm going to wrap it up in one, just saying what is coming in for Pretty Eyes. What does she have to look forward to? My birthday mate. Not just what you have to look forward, but any warnings, anything. All right, we have the Strength card, card of Leo. We have the 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands can talk about standing your ground. We have the Chariot. Chariot, the card of Cancer. Strength card, card of Leo. We have the 3 of Cups. Celebration. Look at this. The 10 of Pentacles. I'm trying to get your cards up before I speak. But 10 of Pentacles is the house of abundance. Ace of Wands, inspired action. This Ace of Wands is coming out so much today. Five of Swords. Justice. Eight of Cups. Other side of that is the Five of Pentacles. Interesting. Two difficult fives here, no doubt. Five of Swords talks about the toxicity within your life, whatever it may be. You know, it's tying me back a little bit to the Strength card. You know, just ask yourself, you know, what energy remains toxic within me? And what I mean by that is it can be other people's, you know, words that have landed in your brain and they stuck with you, because that would not be of truth. I don't feel like. I do feel like you dealt with a tower moment. Maybe you cut ties with someone. But then over here at the Eight of Cups, I kind of love that I'm seeing that, because this is the ability to put like emotional situations behind me, you know, with clarity. You know, I always feel like we have to know ourselves in love, so that we can really, you know, when we're able to like truly give ourselves, and we trust the person we're with, that's how you really truly build love. But anyways, so I feel like something did happen, and you know, you had to get through it. Maybe cut ties with someone. Maybe you didn't even ask for it. But listen, I do feel like that was yesterday, yesteryear. This Ace of Wands would represent something new. I feel like there could have been someone you were with who may have drank, you know, drank more than it was good. You know what I mean? Um, and I'm just using drinking because I'm seeing the cups. And I may have gotten pulled into that energy at that time also. But I feel like you also have cleared it. At least I feel that way. Ten of Wands. I was gonna say I forgot your question, but you wanted to know just really everything. All right, so the Ten of Wands speaks of heaviness. You know, if you just look at the image, this person's got all these wands on their back. And this could signify to you that, you know, like in, let's say, past relationships, even in work, you know, and I get this because, well, I mean, we're both Virgos. We both have the same birthday. That's right. So I get this where it's almost like where maybe I have to learn to delegate instead of taking everything on my shoulders. Also, I feel like, you know, be careful that other people's opinions and words, negativity doesn't lie upon your shoulders, because I feel like the clearing of the past is so important so that you can get on to living. You know, you do have the Ten of Pentacles here, and you have the Ace of Wands right next to it. And I love that energy because I feel like, as it relates to your money sector, it feels like you're being inspired, like epiphanies come to you. Like the right move comes at the right time, the right thing opens up at just the right time. You know, trust in that. And I do feel like there is a need to let go of your past and let go of the past hurts, hardships, because I feel like really you've learned a lot about yourself through these hardships. And the Chariot really represents, when I find balance, then my life truly has unlimited potential. The balance is what I need to find first. I'm going to take one more after that 10. Look at that, the Knight of Wands. So there may be something new that's coming in toward you, that is of a very passionate nature. You know, the Knight of Wands is fast moving energy. It's almost like someone sweeps you off your feet. And I also feel like this could be a helping hand. Interesting. And it could be both. It's like a helping hand. And I feel like spiritually, it's a helping hand. But then I also feel like there could be a person or an energy that's coming towards you that does carry passion, but it's also fast moving, coming right towards that 10. So I want to go right in between, which is the star. Beautiful. So that means a wish. A wish is being answered. And I feel like this is just saying, are you ready? You know, and I also want to say you do have the 5 of Pentacles here. And that can certainly represent half my pentacles being taken away. But I feel like here you are recouping it. So whatever I lost here, I'm recouping. But I'm recouping it tenfold. I feel like as long as you pay attention to um like new ideas, epiphanies, and then you put them to use, I feel like your money will just grow and grow and grow. Now, I also feel like this is relating to love. Or let's just say a person. Palace of Swords. Excuse me. Open communication. Freely able to speak. Completely understood. My words hold value. And someone recognizes that. I do feel like, in a way, I feel like you may be like swept off your feet. But listen, it's connected to the star. So this would be nothing that I should be afraid of. You know, if I'm afraid, it's because the passion. Let's go right below it. Look at that, the Magician. So maybe you've been subconsciously manifesting this energy anyway. And now is you're moving into really divine timing, the right time. You know, and I get it because there is a lot of hardship here. And if I don't find a way to let that be, let it go, well then am I not just going to carry it forward? And I don't feel like any of this wants to move forward because whatever you've lost, you're recouping. But more. And even in love, I feel like this is passionate, but it feels like a wish also being answered. And your ability to manifest that, well, first of all, it's important to know that if I'm manifesting, well, we're always manifesting. So I want to think about what I'm manifesting. You know what I mean? But then sometimes I feel like subconsciously we're manifesting. And that may mean that this could be a soulmate type energy. You know, it's like, because I feel like a soulmate would hear our cry. So I feel like things are changing, my dear. Maybe the days of hardship are going to be behind you, and the days of abundance and really being thankful for your life are all in front of you. Do you have to let that be? Of course. But other than that, and what does that mean, let it be? It means that I am not going to take my past into my present nor future. And then just let your blessings find you, because they will. And I feel like that 8 of Cups over here is everything. So this is emotional clarity. And I feel like emotional clarity is what brings you balance. And to me, that's a signal to the universe that I am balanced. So I am ready for someone to come in who's also balanced. Because remember, they must meet your vibration. And if for some reason they don't, let's say they come in, they have a much lower vibration, you're at the point where I feel like you'd be able to pick that up very easily. And, that's the thing with our intuition. The more we learn to trust that, the more we don't get involved in, bad relationships or, you know what I mean? Because we just know better. Like nobody can talk us out of what we already know. And I don't mean like be resistant to other people's ideas. I just mean you know what you know, what you know. Okay. Pretty eyes. I feel like you have a lot to look forward to after a period of some hardship. But I feel like the ticket to your reading was to let the things that did not work out for whatever the reason. Maybe they weren't meant to. And then finding that emotional clarity. And to me, again, that's your signal to the universe that I'm open. And listen, not just to love, I'm open to abundance, however it wants to show itself. Okay. I hope that helped. Caleb. Hello, Sandy. I have a friend, Brian. They have recently started having romantic feelings for and would like to ask my spirit guides about how does he feel about me and what are his current feelings for me. I would definitely check out. Did you tell me a sign? No, you didn't tell me a sign. I definitely, I did. Well, I didn't do Sagittarius or Capricorn yet. But for everyone else, I did the person on your mind reading, and they're kind of a short reading, so you can definitely check that out too. But anyways, so your friend Brian that you recently started having romantic feelings for, and I'd like to ask my spirit guides about how does he view me and what are his current feelings towards me. Okay. I'm going to use the crystal vision. All right. So, how's Brian currently feeling? All right. So, how does he view you? And what are his current feelings for Brian? We have the Hierophant, the Devil. Interesting. Light and dark. It's interesting. I feel like you have, I feel like your energy is alluring, but not in a bad way. Like, I feel like you're just someone who carries that type of energy where, almost where it's like hard to say no to you, hard to turn you down type of energy. We have the Queen of Swords. We have the Five of Cups. Two fives mirroring each other. We have the Knight of Swords. The Ace of Wands. Interesting. The Moon. The Hermit. the Two of Pentacles, and I want to take one more on the other side. The Ace of Swords. Interesting. First of all, I feel Brian's view of you is a very good view. I feel, I feel like you have this alluring energy, and it's just who you are. And, it feels like kind of sexy type of energy. I don't know. I don't know if you told Brian. I don't know if you've spoke to Brian about your feelings yet. Okay, well, here's the thing. I feel like if I spoke to Brian and I'm you and I said, I can't help it, but I started having romantic feelings about you. And I feel like if Brian would shut you down, let's say, I feel like the truth of the matter is Brian would miss you. And I already feel that Brian might be already tempted towards you. You know what I mean? Like, because, first of all, it's just to the energy, it's just who you are. And I love that the Hierophant is the first card because I feel like it's your spirit guides coming out. I feel like you have to talk about this. I mean, you don't have to. You may decide not to even say anything about it, but, could that ruin the relationship if we talk about it? Well, I guess that's a chance that I might have to take. But here's the thing, in the same breath, let's say Brian like shuts you down and then it's like, that's it. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know why that would be, but I feel like really in the long run, Brian would miss you. So I feel like Brian enjoys your energy very much, very much. But I also feel like, I can't guarantee you which way this is going to go because I don't know that Brian would know which way to take it right away. But I do feel like, it's like I want you to talk about it, but I can't guarantee you at the same time that you'll get the results that you want. Even though, and what I feel like if you don't get the results, it's because Brian is afraid of it. It almost doesn't feel like it. It's like, there's something that would make, if I would shut you down, it's more because of my mixed emotions. But I don't feel like it's like because of you. Interesting. 6 of Wands, victory. But also in the 6 of Wands, this is someone speaking. And they're being listened to. And I feel like I feel like your guides are saying, be careful not to let like ego overtake anything. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you do have a conversation and Brian's immediate reaction is like, oh, I'm not interested in a romantic relationship. Don't allow that to go to a place of negativity. And here's why, because I feel like it may just be like, do I say shock? I don't know if it's shock. Like, I don't know if Brian even knows that you have these feelings. But I do feel like Brian's view of you, again, it's interesting because I feel like There's so much to like about you. But I'm going to be honest, I cannot guarantee you that it will go in the way that you want it to go. But I feel like it's because if it would happen that way, it's because it'd be more of a fear-based type of energy. And maybe that's why I'm saying don't allow it to go to a place where like, oh, it's me. No, I think it'd be more Brian, to be honest. All right, well, let's just look at one more with King of Pentacles and then the 10 of Wands. Why the 10 of Wands? The 9 of Cups. Okay, that may be the only thing is, Brian may like living a single life, so to speak, or the luxuries of that supplies, so to speak. It's hard to answer this question because I'm getting a mixed bag. I feel like your energy, like his view of you is good, is really good. Now, as it turns to romance, I feel like there's a good chance, but I feel like it may be like at first turned down, but then turned around. So I feel like if you're shut down, like if you decide to come out and say how you feel without putting a whole lot of pressure out there, because I feel like if I put pressure out there, that could, you know, that could be too much. And then, just respect whatever he has to say back. And if it's a no, go ahead and go with that for the moment, because I do feel like it's almost like he's got to think about it. He's got to process it. He's got to process it. That's what's going on. He would have to process it. And that's why I feel like I don't want to take it like deep within my own heart of like rejection. And I feel like if he doesn't go forward, then it has something to do with him, not you. Okay, I'm going to let that be. That was a little bit of a mixed bag, but I do feel like, everything here, it makes me feel like you should communicate it. But I'm just not 100% sure you're going to get the results that you want. But then I feel like in time, the potential of you then getting those results feel much better. Okay, I know that sounded very confusing, and I'm sorry. Okay, let's keep going. Fluffies. Okay, advice from your spirit guides. You got it, my dear. Let me give this a couple good shuffles. All right, that feels good. Give him a cut. All right. Messages for Fluffies from her spirit guides, please. Nine of Pentacles. What's it say? Pause and savor the results of your success. Person's laying out in their hammock, just chilling out, knowing that the money's coming in. Interesting. Makes me wonder if like if that's going to be you, where you're just laying back, like enjoying yourself, and the money's just coming in. We have the Page of Wands next to that. My little risk taker. Six of Wands. Ten of Wands. Five of Swords. Ten of Cups. Interesting. Interesting. You're getting like a beautiful card within the Nine of Pentacles. That's independent success. That's seeing the fruits of your labor. And it is mirroring the Ten of Wands. So that tells me like this is something you put a lot of work into. You know what I mean? And maybe I've been waiting to see the fruits of maybe you've been waiting to see the fruits of your labor. And I feel like that's what it's representing. You're going to start seeing maybe more than you have before. And I'm wondering why the Five of Swords is down here. What's it say? You can't be right all the time. But the Five of Swords is right next to the Ten of Cups. So let's keep going. Page of Swords. Whoa. Six of Pentacles. Eight of Wands. Seven of Swords. Page of Pentacles. And then we had one go off. Judgment. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to cough during the readings. All right. Let's look at this. I feel like there's someone you don't trust. Or someone you didn't trust. I feel like there was a day when you gave all you could give to something and it still didn't work out. And that may have stuck with you. But I feel like that energy was outside of your control. And I feel like your spiritual team is asking you to try to let that go. Because I feel like that is what's wrapped up also in the Five of Swords. Now, this doesn't have to be love, by the way, the Seven of Swords, which is untrustworthy energy. What's it say here? Are your actions really as selfless as you think? I feel like what your guides are saying is instead of like carrying the energy of the past, learn from it. Because what you can learn from it feels great. And I feel like not only does it feel great, but that's what helps open up new doors for you. So it feels more important for me. Like, I feel it's even more important for you. I said that backwards. Um, to learn from different lessons in life. And it's because you have that ability. You know, it's like the more that I can let go of those who don't deserve to take space up in my brain, the better off I'm going to be. And the more opportunities I open up for myself. You know, it's like it's saying, judgment is saying, you know, we supplied the 10 of cups here, but to reach that energy, it is going to take certain things. And I feel like if you only look back, there are valuable lessons that are going to help you moving forward. And some of that is energetically. Like, energetically, I can read energy so much better than I used to be able to. But now I feel like you can. And I do feel like you were someone who, you know, I'd rather help than walk away. But sometimes I feel like maybe I gave my help to those who didn't appreciate it as they should have. Now, not that you help someone just for the appreciation, but it just feels like, you know, like I gave my time, my effort, and I still got screwed over, so to speak. And I feel like your spiritual team is recognizing that, but I still feel like it should not. If you're able to reflect upon that and then say, okay, I know what I don't want, and then leave to the universe what they want to supply, I feel like you're going to be very happy. You know, Fluffies, it's like you have lifted your vibration, but I feel like it came through some hard lessons. And, you know, are they karmic lessons? Well, I don't know if I want to say they were all karmic lessons, but I feel like they taught your soul what your soul wanted to learn. Now, maybe that's so that when this 10 of Cups does arise, or, you know, the journey to it, I can be completely myself, completely open, and I can trust my own energy. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of fear of like, I don't want hardship to come back. Like, I don't want hardship to find me again. And I feel like that's what your spiritual team is saying. But if you learn from and understand as much as you can, then it won't repeat itself. And I know that you can do it. And I feel like, and listen, this may be just one little thing that's left, because I feel like as soon as that is dealt with, and I'm saying dealt with, but maybe just understood, then I feel like every energy just starts moving very quickly for you. And judgment always is calling you to the present moment. What's it say? All the signs say you're exactly where you're supposed to be. But I also feel like get ready for the energy that wants to come in. Again, I feel like planetary action. Like things have changed in the sky, and therefore things are changing here on Earth. For many of us, but definitely for you. I want to take one more. 3 of Swords. Okay. So I feel like that is the main energy Um, and you know what I love about this image? If there's anything to love about the Three of Swords, is this person literally went to the library to learn about the Three of Swords, to learn, and maybe just to learn how to overcome or to learn the different types of pain and swords and that type of thing. So I don't feel like this is something, I'm learning not to hold on to it, but I am learning about it. I feel like you have your weak moments, and then I feel that you feel that energy is starting to change, starting to move, but in your favor. I feel like you are going to reach that 10 of Cups. I do not think it's right away, but do I think that you can move it quicker? I do. Because I literally feel like the past is having an effect on your present. But as I say that, I also feel that I can clear this energy pretty easily. And then everything starts moving for me. I love, first of all, you have the Nine of Pentacles. That is success. That is seeing the fruits of your labor. And then you have the Ten of Cups, the House of Harmony. I feel like that's what's coming. But first, it's within these swords that needs clarity. And I feel like your guides want to help you with that clarity. And maybe it's not even clarity. Maybe it's just letting it be, letting it go, and saying, I'm open to something new. And your team's like, okay. Okay. I'm going to let that be. Wow, Fluffies. That was pretty deep for you. Oh, I just can't stop coughing. Empress of the universe. Blessing, Sandy. Thank you. I would humbly like to know about I think it's Jay, but you always write Joy, is doing. Is he well? And does he think of me sometimes? Thanks, Sandy. You're very welcome. And I know that's a saying that you put there. Sat Nam Waligura. I was trying to say it. Oh, thank you, Empress, for Yara. That's so nice. All right. So I would humbly like to know about my Joy is doing. I think you mean Jay, but that's okay. Is he well, and does he think of me sometimes? All right. I'm going to go to the Light Seers. Let me give it a couple good shuffles. Come and knock at my door. Why am I thinking that song all of a sudden? Come and knock at my door. All right. How's Jay doing? And does he think about him? Does he think about her? And when he does think about her, what does he think? We have the Three of Wands. Look at that, double 3, 33. Again, I did look that up, and that is a spiritual high five, so to speak. But both very optimistic cards, back to back. The Knight of Wands. The Eight of Pentacles. The Star. The Page of Swords. The Five of Wands. Every time I want to go say something, another card comes out. So let's just get the cards out. The Tower. The King of Swords. And the Knight of Swords. Okay. First of all, I feel like his concentration is on his money. It's his concentration's on his living, what he does for a living. It's interesting because there's a tower down here, and I'm wondering if that's him going through some type of a tower moment. Interesting. I feel like he's dealing with some type of drama right now, and it may be in the workplace. And I kind of feel like this is two separate readings, to be honest. Because I feel like this is more about you. And this is more about what he's doing right now. I don't feel like he's going through an easy time, to be honest. I do feel like he's concentrating on his money, but I also feel like there's some drama around him that may ultimately result in a tower, an ending. And I don't know if that means in his work or, if he's in another relationship and that's the end of that. Someone's causing drama. And it's not you. Now, let's move over here for a second. So we have the King, who is him. I don't even care what his sign is. I just know it's him. And I feel like this is how I think about you. And this is what's going on in my life. So, how do I think about you? Well, I feel like you are, I feel like, if I'm being very honest, I feel like you're someone who inspires me. I feel like you're someone who would back me up, be on my side. I feel like I know that you are lighthearted, though I also feel like I probably saw all sides of that. But I feel like, deep down, I do feel like he feels you are like fun. Now, I know things have probably happened in between, but this is coming like from my heart of hearts. And when I say me, I mean him. And then you get the Star. Wow. I don't want to give you any false hopes here, but I'm just going to tell you how it feels to me. It feels like he's dealing with something in his life right now that ultimately I feel like is going to result in a tower. Now, I don't feel it's like losing of a job. I feel like there's more, it's about some type of drama. And I get this feeling like that I don't like drama. Because it's almost like he's running from it. But every year, he's at his mountaintop. He's reached his mountaintop. And maybe that's the difference. Like here, I haven't quite reached my mountaintop, but here I have. And the reason why I'm saying all this is I would not be surprised if you hear from him. And why? Let's just take away all the negativity, anything that's gone wrong, and let's just look at each other soul to soul. You balance me. I find balance when I'm with you. Now, maybe I didn't know any of that. And maybe now I'm starting to realize that. Again, I do not want to give you false hopes. But everything feels to me like he may be reaching out. Now, do I feel like he'll say those words? Maybe. But I feel like what I really am going to do is just put my toes in the water first. Just to see, the response. Because who knows? Well, let's go right in the middle. Queen of Pentacles. Her eyes are closed. It's like she's meditating. It's almost like your meditations is bringing him closer or making him, it's almost like you're thinking of him, which is making him think of you. And in a very meditative state. So it's almost like I know that your energy calms my energy. I feel like I'm going to leave it there. I don't know what's going on over here. Well, I do want to look at Nine of Pentacles. So it could be something going on at work. One more. The Magician. I don't know. He could be changing jobs. But there's an issue. There's an issue going on right now. Even though I feel like, as him, I feel like I'm very good at what I do. But yet I still feel like there's an issue. And I want to say it's around his money. I feel his concentration is on his money. But this Five of Wands has got me thrown just a little bit. But I feel like it's saying that Five of Wands is what puts him into movement. Because I don't feel like he likes drama. Even if I cause drama, doesn't mean I like drama. So I'm going to leave that be. And I'm just going to say that if this is what you truly want, then I hope it comes for you. And I don't know how much time is in between here and here, but I feel like it is what he's going through that makes him think of you. And it's interesting because I feel like you think of him, he thinks of you, but neither one of you know that. Well, now you do. It doesn't guarantee us anything, though. I want to make that clear. But I feel like if he reaches out, then I feel like, okay, chances are we can make this work. All right, I'm going to let that be. It's like I want to be very, very careful that I don't give anyone false promises. because I always want you to trust your own intuition, even above mine. Though I feel what I feel, if that makes sense. All right, so Empress for Yara. I'm just looking for Yara. If you had a question, I'd probably say after. I can't read the name. All right, I'm looking for Yarna. Okay, I found you. Sandy, any messages from my angels regarding love, please? You got it, my dear. I'm going to bring out the Gilded Tarot. So, spirit guide messages for Yara regarding love. Love, love, love. All right, Yara. Page of Wands, the Magician, interesting. Okay, I'm going to take them as they showed because half are up, half are down. We have the Four of Wands in reverse. We have the Lovers in the upright. We have the Four of Swords under the Page of Wands. We have the Nine of Wands under the Magician. And then look at this. We have the Hangman in the awakened state, coming under the Lovers. You know, it's almost like your lover hasn't been awakened yet, but is about to be. Whoever that may be. And if I remember correctly, I feel like you do have eyes for someone. But I'm not going to put any limits on it. This just tells me someone is in the awakened state. Realization. And it's interesting, it's coming under the Four of Wands in reverse. Just wanted to make sure my deck is in the upright, and it is. So let's keep going, and then we'll come back. The Lovers is a card of Gemini. It is a head over heart decision. But it is being mirrored by the Page of Wands. Could certainly speak of younger energy. But, you know, my Page of Wands is someone who's willing to take a risk. With the Moon. Card of Pisces, ruler of Cancer. But I really think it stands for interesting. What's going on? King of Swords and the Nine of Cups. King of Swords is a reverse. And the Nine of Cups. Inner harmony. Okay. I feel like there's someone outside of you who needed to heal their emotional house, let's just say. And I feel like they are. Because ultimately, I feel like it brings them to a place of inner harmony. And maybe that's what was missing within this person, inner harmony. And when I don't have inner harmony, well, then everything feels chaotic. And the moon being here can certainly represent that. It can represent uncertainties, but it can also represent very dreamy type energy, especially right next to the awakened hangman. The hangman in reverse would be a pause in the action. But now that it's turned around, it kind of feels like action, like things are starting to move now. I feel like someone, and I don't feel like this is you, I feel like they needed to do like this deep reflection within themselves. And I almost feel like they had to do it for themselves first. Like I'm not doing it for another. And it doesn't mean like they're saying like I'm not doing it for Yara. That's not what I mean. Like they just know within themselves that they needed to, I feel like they needed in a way to turn their life around. You know what I mean? Like maybe things worked in a certain fashion for a while, but it's not working any longer that way. Maybe someone needed to mature. And maybe that's the process they're going through right now. And it's interesting because I feel like if this is tied to anyone that you're already interested in, it does feel like, there's no way a commitment could have been in this energy, because it wouldn't serve you, first of all. Because I feel this person feels scattered, uncertain, don't feel strong within myself. Like, what is it I want? And I don't mean that in like, I mean that as in like what's my purpose, so to speak. I feel like they prayed for help. And I feel like help is what they received. But also feel like they were meant, almost like they dropped to their knees because they needed help. And sometimes people don't ask, and I'm talking about divine help. And sometimes people don't ask for divine's help until we drop to our knees. And I mean that as in something happens that just literally drops me to my knees. But I feel like it's of one's own doing. So that need to be healed. It's like your spiritual team is like protecting you in a way. Because I do feel like this person is probably the person that's coming in that will ultimately, because I feel like the Four of Swords will eventually turn around. Let's look right at the Four of Swords. Seven of Wands. And then the Six of Wands. Interesting. First of all, Six of Wands talks about victory. Seven of Wands is about standing one's ground. But listen, maybe I stood my ground so much so that everybody left me. Like, I may have been the type of person where it was my way or the highway. And eventually everybody chose the highway. So I had no choice but to look at myself. I feel like you have a lover who's being healed. And not just that, but I feel like, I feel like this person has been through it. And I feel like they've been through it from like, I feel like since I've been born of this earth. Now, I feel like because of that, I may have made some really stupid choices. And I'm not judging them. This is what I feel they think. Like I made some stupid choices. And maybe that's really what brought me down to my knees. So, as love goes for you, I do feel like this is your person. Now, as I say that, I don't want you to think, I don't want anyone to think there's only one love in our life. All we need to do is look at our past to know that, we can think like, oh my God, that was a person. I'll never love another like that person. And then that ends, and then you fall in love again. You know what I mean? There's different levels to love. But honestly, Yara, I feel like until this person finds their own inner harmony, it's almost like they're being held back from you. But I agree with that because otherwise, I feel like I'm just bringing a lot of stress and drama and crap into your life. So it makes sense that until the hangman is in the awakened state, everything else would stay still. And I'm not even saying you know this person necessarily, though part of me feels like you do. But I feel like really how we should look at this is how your spiritual team is protecting your heart. Maybe that's what you asked for. And maybe they do have the perfect person in place for you, but they want to make sure that their energy is also of the same vibration. You know, I don't want to judge this person because I've been brought down to my knees before. You know what I mean? But this healing is available if they accept it. He's in reverse. This could be someone who used to tell like a lot of little white lies and that type of thing. You know, and if it's someone I couldn't trust, then I feel like the next person couldn't trust them, and the person before me couldn't trust them. And those are the things, again, my way or the highway, and everyone eventually took the highway. But there's an opportunity for this person to truly awaken to their spirituality and to understanding that if I really want a good life, then I've got to be a good person. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I find it very interesting how these cards were in reverse like that. But so be it. Okay, guys, I'm not going to go yet, but I'm going to say don't donate anymore. And let me go down. You're very welcome, Yara. So I cannot read your name. It says I donated not long ago. You helped me take the final step to end a relationship. All right, so I'm coming back to you. But let that be the last donation, guys. Because I'm gonna go after that. Okay, but let me go back up. Busy day today. Fluffies. My acquaintances / friend Shannon is acting kind of strange towards me. I'm not sure I can trust her. Does she talk negativity behind my back? And what does she and what does she actually then think of me? Thanks. Okay, fluffies. So, you have your friend Shannon, who you have a feeling is potentially talking behind your back, but you're not sure. But she's acting strange. Can you trust her? What's going on with Fluffy's friend? I know you like the Cozy Witch Fluffies, but I feel like I need to change the deck up for you. So I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. I hope you don't mind. Oh, Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords, Page of Wands, Justice, Jesus, Three of Wands, the Hermit, under the Nine of Wands. Interesting, two nines. One is of worry, right? But unnecessary worry. And one is to understand where that worry is coming from. You know, the Hermit. We have the Two of Cups, the Sun, the Devil, the Two of Wands. Interesting, the Seven of Swords on the other side. Seven of Swords is awful close to that Devil's energy. Okay. Well, first thing I need to say with the Sun right next to the Devil, again, what's ever done in the dark will come to the light. So if she is talking behind your back, you're going to know of it. You know, we do have the Seven of Swords here. So there could be a little bit of talking behind your back. But I feel like, you know, it's interesting because it's interesting because I don't know if I'm feeling this right, but I feel a little envy. And I'm not sure if that's the right. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm feeling. Like I feel a little envious. Now, I don't know if I'm envious of what you do, of who you are, of I wish I could be you type of energy, but there is something. Your friend is at this moment is coming from a lower vibrational energy. Though your very first card tells you don't worry about that. Don't put a lot of worry behind it. Don't allow it to affect you, in other words, right? Because what's mirroring that Nine of Swords is the Three of Wands, and that is your optimism. And don't allow anyone to come between that. You know what I mean? Because that's where you're manifesting from. I just feel like, again, you know, like you can hide, but you can't run. So anything that's done, you know, it's interesting because I feel like there is a friendship here. You know what I mean? And I feel like potentially a good friendship. And if not friendship, what did you write friendship? You said acquaintance. It's interesting because I was just going to say, if not friend, then acquaintance. But I do feel like the two of you um, can have a very good friendship. But I do feel like there is this issue. It may just be part of her energy. Like, like I'm just one of those people who like to talk about other people. But, there's a price to pay for that. And I don't feel like, anything that she does that she's going to get away with. You know what I mean? Especially with justice here, because justice is about what is fair and just in your world. And the sun's right below that. It's also about balance, right? She may be a little off balanced. But yet at the same time, like I'm getting this feeling of maybe there's something going on in her life because I feel like she really does want to be your friend. Then why is she speaking about her? Page of Cups, Knight of Swords, and the Queen of Swords. You know, this is kind of perfect energy of explaining someone whose actions are a certain way in their grown up life that have come from their young life. I feel like there may be a little bit of gossiping going on about you, but I don't feel like you're the only one. Like I just kind of feel like it's coming from somewhat of a broken place. But only she can heal that. You know what I mean? And if I feel like if someone says to you, "Oh, so and so said this about you," then I would say that to her. Like I hear that you are talking about me, and I'd like to have a discussion to see why. Because I feel like where is she broken? Her inner child. Or that's where the hurt comes from. And therefore that's where her actions come from. Now, I'm not saying she's always like that, but I do feel like this sense of, almost like I don't feel good enough. And therefore I put down the people who I feel are good enough. Or that's not really the way I meant it. Like, those who have what I feel I should have. Though I want to be careful here because I don't feel it's as bad as we think it is. And I do feel like this is another energy where I feel like a conversation. Like if someone says to you, so and so was speaking about, like, was saying this about you, then I would go right to the source, but not in a fighting type of way, not in an aggressive type of way, because I feel like if I'm aggressive, that automatically brings that up in her. And then I feel like nothing's going to be resolved. I feel like there's something broken within her, and therefore I act out in this way. But as friendships go, I feel like she looks at you very highly and maybe even wants to be you in a way. She just doesn't know her own worth. And probably because people have shut it down in her. So, bottom line is, I feel like if you actually hear, because there's potential that, yes, that is happening, then I feel like the best way to handle this is go directly to the root of the problem. But try not to be aggressive because I feel like that won't get you anywhere. That's why I'm saying that. I mean, you handle it any way you want. But I feel like if I go in with aggression, it's going to be met with aggression. If I go in with understanding and just want clarity, then I feel like you're going to find that. You may even you may even, or this person may even open up to you about some real struggles they've been through. Now, I'm not telling you to feel sorry for the person, um, but I do feel like a real friendship can be formed here. But if not, you'll be, if not, it's not. Okay. But don't allow yourself to put worry around that because I feel like there's no one else, even if this person is telling other people like negative things about you, I feel like other people would already know that that's what she does. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't put a lot of worry behind it. All right. I'm going to let that be. It's one of those things where, excuse me, where, it's like how I was explaining that guy I was with who ended up being very abusive, but yet I could see where it came from. It came from his father. And that's why I went to the father. Like, look what you've done to your child. And look what your child has done to me. All right. Let's keep on going. Virgo lady. She's like, I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. I know many of you have been waiting. Will I switch employees this year? Okay. That to me calls for the Tarot of Dreams. Will you switch employees this year? So you'd be changing jobs. For Virgo lady. From one Virgo to another. All right. We have Justice. Nine of Swords. The Devil. I feel like you want to switch jobs. Something's telling me you want to switch jobs. King of Wands. Something is telling me that you feel trapped, so to speak, in your current employment. With the Hermit. Look at that. The Four of Swords under the Nine of Swords. Beautiful. That's healing of the mind. It's healing that worry. Two of Wands. I already know where this is going. 10 of Wands. 6 of Swords. Palace of Cups. And the Sun. I do think you're going to be changing employees. I do feel like you're going to be changing jobs. I do feel this sense of unsatisfaction where you're at, almost to the point where maybe you feel trapped in it. Sometimes I can't leave a job because I can't afford to leave a job. And therefore I'm stuck in it for a while. But at the same breath, I feel like, I do feel like you're leaving it. And I do love that the Sun is mirroring that energy of leaving it, because in the Six of Swords, normally you see this person heading towards the Sun, and this is change. It's following a 5, which is change. and then illumination. So I feel like, I feel like as long as you're being proactive in it also, I feel like the right position opens up just at the right time. And I almost feel like you're not even given notice. And then I could be wrong, but I'm picking up this energy of like I have this wisdom, and it's like, but everything is put upon my shoulders. I just get this sense that you are not happy where you are at. And I would say be very proactive in looking and putting, just like I said to someone else, like putting that word out. Um, interesting if you worked in the, like with the law in any way, but that aside, justice is really about making you whole again. And right now, you don't feel whole to me. And what I mean by that is, I don't feel like true happiness within you. I do feel like you want to leave this job. And I feel like as long as you're being proactive in, again, putting resumes out, word of mouth, that type of thing, I feel like the right job will find you. I do feel like you're going to leave the job. Um, and maybe the sun is representing by August. It's almost like your talents, your wisdom, and what have you. I feel like almost feel like they'd be better served somewhere else. Or let me put it a different way, maybe better appreciated. But I feel like if you are unsatisfied, and I do feel that, and you do want to see a change, and I do feel that, then get proactive. Like get proactive. And I say that because I feel like you have the wisdom, you have the know-how, um, to do quite a few different things, actually, is what I'm picking up. But I do feel by August, if not before. Of course, a lot of it's going to be up to you. Do I feel like the perfect job will just show itself? Well, I'm not going to leave that off the table. But with the Two of Wands, I do feel like it, and the Six of Swords, it means that you have put that action in, right? Because you're leaving behind what no longer is serving you. And that's kind of what your job feels to me like, okay, like I'm not being appreciated, or maybe I'm being overused type of energy. But I love that you have the Palace of Cups here. So I feel like your next position, your next employer, I feel like that is where you're going to like come alive. But instead of worrying, just put action behind it. You may feel trapped, but you're not trapped. And I feel like, I just feel like if you're proactive, then I feel like the universe is going to meet you by opening the perfect place for you. But yeah, so to answer your question, yes, I do feel like you are going to change jobs. But I feel like it's nothing to fear. Quite the opposite. Now, the change can be a little difficult, but other than that, oh, um, T. Williams, your relationship, is he true? Oh, hi, Diane. Didn't see you there. All right, your relationship, is he true? I'm going to go with the crystal vision. Seven of Wands. Four of Wands. Queen of Pentacles. Seven of Cups. Interesting, you have two sevens mirroring each other. I have a feeling there's some arguing going on about whether someone's being true or not. Like, I feel like, you might be arguing about that. The World. Ten of Cups under the Four of Wands. The King of Cups under the Queen of Pentacles. Seven of Swords under the Seven of Cups. Now, Seven of Swords is untrustworthy energy, but I don't want to jump to conclusions here yet. And I'm saying that because it's coming below the Seven of Cups. And that kind of is where you're asking yourself that question. Is this going to work out? Is this the right person? Is this person being truthful? I feel like, the Four of Wands with the Ten of Cups showing, it is showing like the connection. And it's interesting because, I just want to follow that seven, the Fool. Let's go on the other side of that. The Page of Wands. Okay. Even though we have the Seven of Swords here, I don't really feel that, let's just say it this way. I don't feel like he's cheating. I do feel like there's some arguing going on about that exact situation. But with the Four of Wands and the Ten of Cups connected next to the World, that feels pretty strong, pretty sturdy. I guess it doesn't guarantee us anything. The only thing I would say with the Queen of Pentacles is, make sure you're not overthinking. But then again, as I say that, I feel like there must be a reason why you feel that. Two Pentacles. Five of Swords. Nine of Swords. All right. I feel like you have a lot of worry around this. It's almost like you're afraid you're going to get stabbed in the back. And even though I don't have like concrete evidence of that, I'm not going to say your person's perfect, but, none of us are. But, the Seven of Swords here, it could talk about like little white lies. And therefore, it just confuses you. And I get that. I don't know if you get it, but I get what it's saying. Like if I feel like I can't get the truth out of you, But then I'm wondering, but maybe I am telling you the truth. Maybe I am telling you the truth. I don't think your person is cheating. Let's just say that. But I do feel like there is some energy. It's almost like, I don't know if, like, because the Seven of Wands is about standing your ground, but it is about like a bunch of fires that I'm putting out. And then you look at the Seven of Swords down here. I definitely feel like this is a probably an argument that goes on. Like I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know if you're going to stab me in the back. But what does the Nine of Swords stand for? Unnecessary worry. And that's what we got to remember. Now, I don't think everything is hunky dory, but I feel like it can be. Let's just take one more over that Seven of Swords. Okay, the wheel. So, I don't feel like they're cheating. But I do feel like there's something that's making you feel that way. Now, I don't know if it's them or if it's just because you've dealt with that in the past and maybe you haven't cleared it. Yet in the same breath, I do feel like your person may tell you like these white lies and then it makes it hard to like completely trust. But the Four of Wands with the Ten of Cups, I feel like the potential is really good, but we just have to figure out that Seven of Swords. Now, again, that Nine of Swords does represent unnecessary worry. And then the Fool is right there now with the wheel over it. And I don't feel like the Fool is about the two of you like going your separate ways. I feel like what it is trying to put the hardships behind us. Like if we fight not to bring up everything that's been done since the day that we've known each other. You know what I mean? Like we've got to stay on topic. And I know you didn't ask any of that, but I feel like that needs to be said. But I can see, like, I kind of feel why you feel that way. But honestly, I'm feeling like cheating. I don't feel that. But I can see why your mind can be a little confused. I feel like, it is their actions is causing that. But I don't think it's cheating. I really don't. Because I feel like there's real love here. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I just don't feel that. And I don't want to try to make myself feel it. You know what I mean? But you have really strong energy as it relates to love. It just seems like there's that one thing. But that one thing is a big thing, right? Diane, I got to answer your question. Sixers lost bad. Who's the Sixers? Is that basketball? All right, Diane. Steve's here smiling ear to ear. Aww. Okay, so any messages? Any messages? What deck should we use? Let's use a good tarot. give them a cut. We had the High Priestess. Interesting that it flipped upside down now. You know, this is your intuition, and I'm wondering if there's something you're not trusting. Because I feel you have a very strong intuition, but there may be just something going on right now where you're a little unsure. Excuse me. Hello, Knight of Pentacles. Two Swords. Seven of Pentacles. Interesting. I'm saying interesting because, you know, the Knight of Pentacles definitely tells you that there's an ace coming for you. There's an Ace of Pentacles coming into your world, and it's meant to enhance your life. But it's being met by the Two of Swords, almost like I'm putting a little bit of a block against it. Now I know why I saw the High Priestess in reverse. So there's just something. Listen, this may not have reached you yet, but when it reaches you, it's going to be like, well, is it for me or isn't it for me? It is for you. Trust it. And listen, maybe it's something that just feels too good to be true, because then you have the Seven of Pentacles, and you know what I feel about the Seven of Pentacles. Those are your seed souls of intention. Those are the things, you know, those is the seeds that you've either planted before you came into this lifetime or seeds you've planted during this lifetime, but something is coming to fruition. You know, the Knight of Pentacles promises you that I'm bringing a pentacle into your life. I come at the right time. The Seven of Pentacles is confirmation of that to me. You know, confirmation that this pentacle that's going to reach you is meant for you. And it's probably from your soul, from your higher self. But your human self is where that little But it's only the Two of Swords. It's not the Eight of Swords. Let's keep going. We have the Six of Pentacles. I'm sorry, that's the Five of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles. Diane, there might be changes coming up in your life. And, you know, it can be something you didn't even ask for. That's kind of what I feel like. Like this pentacle that the Knight promises is bringing in, though, you know, maybe without this reading, you wouldn't have known that, though your intuition is kind of telling you that, but it's like back and forth, back and forth. What was I going to say? I feel like there, you know, there is, how do I say this? It does change something. It changes something. And that change may seem like it's difficult, but it's very temporary, as is all change, right? Change, this is good change, but it may feel in the beginning, just the very beginning, that you're not sure of it. Maybe it's something you've never experienced before. Look at this. We have the Three of Pentacles. Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords mirroring that Five of Pentacles. Excuse me. I'm going to take one on this side, the Strength card. And then the Tower over here. Okay. Wow. You have quite the mixed bag here. Okay. This is what I feel. Um, hmm. Okay. I feel like it's important that you have balance. Balance is important in your life forever. I mean, balance is important to all of us, but there's a balance that's important that you keep. You keep a certain balance. And then you don't have to fear anything, any changes. I feel like um I feel like you're tough on yourself. And I feel like you definitely have lost. And I don't really even mean people. I just mean like I feel inside like, why do I keep losing? But here's the truth of the matter. I feel like your spiritual team looks at it differently. They look at you with no judgment, only love. This pentacle is coming, and it is truly meant, again, to enhance your life. And I do feel like it's one of your soul seed of intentions that's coming to fruition. I think it's definitely meant for you. And what do I mean by that? Of course, it's meant for you. I mean that I feel like your guides feel like this pentacle given to you, you will do the right thing with it. You will grow it. You will allow it to flourish. You just got to trust yourself. I feel like there's a sense of forgiving yourself for the things that you think you've done and the things that you have not done. The things that you feel that you're being judged upon, but you're really not. You know what I mean? You're not being judged, not by heaven. You may be judging yourself. And I get this feeling that that makes change somewhat difficult for you. But yet, this change, and I'm saying change, but this change is good. This is a good thing. It's a very good thing. Pages of Swords and the Eight of Cups. Interesting. Emotional clarity. You know, the person in the Eight of Cups, which is you, they have taken the time that's needed to look within their emotional house, to understand it, to understand, you know, it's like if I want to understand my life, then I need to look there. And I do feel like there have been some opportunities that you have blocked. Now, again, it's not judgment. There's no judgment there. You have that right. You have free will. But I do feel like there were some things that have shown before that, for whatever the reason, were blocked. I don't feel like this is blocked. You may try, and that may just be your natural reaction. You know, like that's just the way I've been for so long. But I feel like your guides are going to get this pentacle to you, come hell or high water. I'm going to go right above that. Look at that, the Three of Wands. And right below that, the Knight of Swords. So you may be hearing some type of communication that may be offering you a new beginning in some part of your life. And, I feel like as long as your intuition, or let me put it a different way, as long as you trust your intuition, I feel like you feel this energy before it even arrives. And that's another, to me, that's exactly what our guides would do. Give us the opportunity to feel it, you know, to measure it through our feelings. Now, you have the Three of Wands, and that's an optimistic view. Now, it's coming over that Two of Swords. It's almost like an option, right? I can look at this blessing because it does feel like a blessing. I can look at it from the Two of Swords eyes or from the Three of Wands eyes. Two Swords eyes, that's where I have a little bit of a blindfold on. It's where I don't want to really face something. Maybe this makes you face something, but facing it also is what helps you move away from whatever it is you had to face. I feel like the more you can be optimistic about whatever the universe wants to bring in next, without really even having to know exactly what it is, because some things are meant to be uncertain. I feel like, because in a way, it feels a little bit like a reward. And I always feel like I'm using the wrong word when I say that. Um, because I feel like, listen, I feel like you definitely have had this tower moment a few times. But I also feel like you've overcome it. You've overcome that tower a few times. And this feels like, it just literally feels like a change of energy. Like where, like before, maybe I was sad, I was down, I was depressed, I was uncertain, and then energy changes. And I know this is coming through the Knight of Pentacles, which speaks about something that's tangible. But I really feel like what it's for you, listen, it's probably something tangible also, but I feel like it also is a change of your energy. Like where I was doubtful, I am now certain. Where I was uncertain, I am now sure of. You know what I mean? It's like where my intuition was like back and forth, it's now strong. I definitely feel like your guides speak to you. And I feel like sometimes you listen and sometimes you don't. But isn't that all of us? I feel like you're definitely being recognized through the hardships that you've overcome through your life and the effort that you've put in. Like, and maybe that's why I'm saying a reward. But I feel like the real reward in all of this is the way you feel inside. It feels like night and day. Okay, one more. Page of Pentacles. So, it makes me feel like? Makes me feel like how I feel like some of us souls came into this lifetime and said, don't give me this easy peasy life. I want challenges. I want adventures. I want to see what I can overcome. I want to see how strong I can become. And I feel like you're one of those souls, as I am one of those souls. Like, great. It'd be nice to have a life where everything just flowed beautifully and this and that. But then I wouldn't enjoy these moments that are coming up as much as I would because of these tower moments that you've been through. So, I don't know. I feel like that's where I want to leave it. But I do feel like, if I could explain your life, it's been a learning experience. But I do feel like you're evolving. And interesting, I'm saying to you, because I feel like your intuition's very strong, but I do feel like at times there are times when you, I'm not going to say you completely ignore it, but there are times when you doubt it. Don't doubt this, because I feel like this change of energy, it almost feels like a change of life. Okay, I'm going to let that be. Excuse me. Wow. I love that your guardian angel stepped forward for your reading also. Oh, thank you, Virgo lady. Thank you so much. All right. TP. Oh my God, it's almost 7 o'clock. TP. My younger guy neighbor. Current thoughts for me. Will my current job extend my current contract? Okay, so first, your younger neighbor's current thoughts for you. Let's start with that. I think I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. Just wanted to make sure everything's in the upright. And it is. I would tell people, please, no more donations, because I got to go pretty soon. Oh, where'd TP go? Okay. All right, so we're going to start with your neighbor. Temperance. The Chariot. Two major arcanas back to back. Five of Swords. That almost doesn't fit. Let's see why it's here. The Knight of Swords. The Six of Pentacles. I get this feeling that I'm getting to know you. And let's just say as a person, I feel that you are a very caring person. I feel like you might even, I could be wrong, but I feel like you might have even reached out and whether you helped them or you helped someone else that your neighbor would know about, because I feel that like you're someone who would give, it's almost like you would give the shirt off your back. We have the Two of Pentacles, Six of Cups, Eight of Swords, Queen of Pentacles, Seven of Wands, and the Page of Swords. Kind of a mixed bag here. I feel like when your neighbor thinks about you, it's only good thoughts. Only good thoughts. Now, do I feel like, honestly, I don't feel like your neighbor's thinking of this as like in a romantic way. Doesn't mean if that's what you're interested in, it couldn't go that direction. But I don't feel like that's where my mind is at right now. Maybe I feel like that's not where it's supposed to be. And I feel like I'm talking as your neighbor. I feel like, listen, I feel like as your neighbor, I've seen all the good parts of you, but I've also seen some bad parts of you. Now, when I say bad parts of you, I just mean, like I could have heard you raise your voice, but I'm not judging you by that. Like, it's just that I've seen, like, I feel like I've seen different sides of you. But really, I feel like they feel you're kind, um, compassionate. They do feel like, this Eight of Swords, this must be what they feel. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've had discussions where, you may have spoken about, and not about each other, but where you may have spoken about like your past and things like that. Because I do feel like your neighbor may think that you're a little blocked off. And maybe that means unapproachable. And maybe I mean that on a romantic way, if that's what you're interested in. I only see good things, though I do at the same time feel like your neighbor, you know, definitely sees your kindness, your compassion, but also sees like all sides of you. And again, I'm not judging when I say that. It's not about judgment. It's just about, like, if I'm being honest, like, yes, I've seen all sides, but I feel like, they have very good thoughts of you. I can't say romantic because I don't know if that's even like, maybe it's something they don't even know that you would consider. Now, you do have Temperance opening up the reading, and that is about patience, right? And it is trusting in divine timing. And let's just put it this way. At this moment, I feel like, I only have good thoughts of you, but I'm not thinking on a romantic basis. Now, it doesn't mean I wouldn't be attracted to you if that's what if that's the underlying energy you're looking for. Um, but I do feel that they feel that you are a little blocked off as it relates to that. And when I say blocked off, it just means you're protecting yourself. Like, almost like I'm saying, yeah, I've been through it and I'm not going through that again. And they may read that as a little bit of a block. But other than that, I feel like it's good. Okay, let's pick that up. And I don't know. I just get this feeling if you have an interest in your neighbor, like invite them out for a cup of coffee and see where it goes. I'm going to stay with the same deck and I'm going to answer, will my current job extend my current contract? So will your contract be extended where you're at right now? Give them a cut. We have the 10 of Wands, 7 of Pentacles, 3 of Wands, Page of Cups, 9 of Swords, under that 10 of Wands, King of Wands, Knight of Cups, 4 of Swords. I absolutely do think it's going to be extended. I feel like, don't put a lot of worry behind it. Instead, see yourself there. You know what I mean? Like, see yourself with that, if that's what you want. Because I feel like really the 3 of Wands is talking about what it is you want. But, but putting it in divine's hands, so to speak, because I feel like your work speaks for itself. I feel like this 9 of Swords, I love that the 4 of Swords is mirroring it, because I feel like that means you're able to just breathe a little. But I do feel like it's going to be extended. I'm trying to see, like, can I get like an actual, like how long will be extended, but I can't really pick that up. Queen of Pentacles, nice. 7 of Wands. It's interesting how I said I can't really pick up how long that contract will be extended for, but I feel like you can. And maybe you already know that, or intuitively you can feel that. Again, I feel like don't put a whole lot of worry around it, because I feel like you work hard and I feel like you're good at what you do. And I definitely feel you being recognized for that. And I feel like as long as, let's just say there's the money, then I feel like yes. I feel yes. I definitely feel yes. Maybe 4 months, maybe 7 months. Maybe I shouldn't even guess. That's probably the answer. Don't guess. However long it is, it'll be. But I feel like you would know that. Hi, Lady of the Lake. I don't know why it never lets me click your like to give you a heart on your donation. I don't know why it doesn't let me do that. All right. Just let me go down real quick. MM is going to be the last reading I'm going to do. And I'm sorry to everyone else who wants a reading. But this literally, it's about all I can do. Because I want to give you the best of me. And I've been on here, oh my God, since 1 o'clock. All right. Lady V, sorry. Lady V. Your question is, how should I deal with my mom and sister? They're very toxic. Hmm. I'm going to use a crystal vision. And this is for Lady V. I want to say Lady Victoria, but I'm probably wrong. All right. All right. So, how should you deal with your mom and your sister, right? Yep. And your sister. Knight of Cups. Dare I say with love? Knight of Wands. Look at that. It's almost like you and your sister right there. Whoa. Eight of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles. Two Cups. Look at these knights. Knight of Pentacles. Eight of Wands. Under the Eight of Pentacles. Hello. So we have all the knights on the table. And then the Hermit. Okay. Might as well just take one on the other end. Three of Swords. Okay, I feel like that's the energy you're in right now. True. I feel like, yeah, I can feel the energy. Okay. Okay. I feel, first of all, I know that it's not feeling so great right now. I know that. And it's showing it with the Three of Swords. But I have to tell you, I feel like this is saying a couple different things. I'm feeling if I meet aggression with aggression, then I'm just going to get aggression. I feel like, you know, I guess the spiritual thing to do would to come from love. Now, I know that's so much easier said than done. So, another thing I feel like it's saying for you to do is just to put your head down and do your thing. Do your thing. Because I feel like you have to be careful not to become part of it. Now, I know they're your family. And you must, well, I shouldn't assume that you love them, but I have a feeling you do. But honestly, I feel like you've got to separate yourself from it, because I feel like trying to like deal with it head on, I almost feel like you'll get nowhere. You'll only be met back by more aggression. So a different approach, I feel like, is just do your thing. You know what I mean? Like just concentrate on how you want to build your life, how you want your life to be. You know, you do have the Knight of Pentacles. And I mean, you have all the knights. But I feel like this knight is one of aggression. I feel like this knight is one of like hurtful words. But this knight is to protect you. Now, I say protect you, but what I mean, it is your guardian angel. And I feel like it's tying back to the Eight of Pentacles. And the Eight of Pentacles, that is where really where I'm just doing my own thing. I'm focusing on my career, on my creativity, and whatever else is happening out there is happening out there. I don't feel like there's a lot you can do. So I feel like really the only thing I can do is just not allow myself to get tied into it. And I know that's easier said than done, but I feel like your guides want you just to think about your life and what you want to create in your world. Because even though they're your family, this is your life. It was given to you, and you should do whatever you want with it. But getting in an argument with them, I feel like it just feels like you're the loser. You're not the loser, but it just feels like I just keep coming out as the loser. So if conversation cannot be had and clarity cannot be had, then I feel like it's just saying, don't allow yourself to get pulled into it. And the more you can just focus on you, the better off you're going to be. And I feel like that's your answer. I know that you're hurting over this, and I know it's hard to like then come from love, right? But listen, it doesn't mean that you have to be like, oh, but I love you. Just let their love remain, but get busy just doing your own thing. Not get busy, you're probably already doing your own thing. But I do feel like there's something, like there's a gift, a talent that lies within you that I feel can bring you a great sense of comfort. And maybe that's exactly why you have it, to help you through situations like this. But don't let it stop you from building up your own life. Because other than that, I don't know there's a lot that you can do. Okay, I'm going to let that be. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, guys, keep donating. All right, so Nogi is going to be the very last one. And then I have to stop. All right, What's Dee's energy towards me after knowing that I am vulnerable to him when he goes through hard times, but trying to move away from it? What's Dee's energy towards me after knowing when he goes through hard times? Well, that's just your loving soul. That's your loving soul. I'm going to bring out the Psychic Tarot. No more donations, guys. No more donations. Because I will have to leave them on the table. Okay. We have the Seven of Pentacles, accelerated motion, 7, 8, Suffering in silence. 7, 8, 9. Hierophant. He knows you have a good soul. Seven of Swords. Underneath, Seven of Pentacles. Devil. Temptation. Eight of Swords under the Nine of Swords. Interesting. And then Shadow. This is the Moon. Under Wisdom, which is the Hierophant. The Moon is being mirrored by deception and envy. I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, I'm always honest, but you know, I get this feeling that I know you're a good soul, that I know that you're such a caring individual. And I worry, this is me now worrying that do you give more than that's deserved, if that makes sense. And I'm not loving this energy, to be honest. Because I feel a little taken advantage of. Now, on purpose, like is someone taking advantage of me on purpose, or is it just because I just naturally give? You know, like it makes me feel good to help others. Well, I feel like all of that is part of it. The Chariot, look at that, 3 sevens together. 4 sevens. That's got to mean something. Stand your ground against the Chariot. All right. You know, I feel like I look at you in a very loving type way, as in I recognize the person that you are. You know what I mean? Like you're what I would call a good soul. Now, that doesn't mean you lived a perfect life. I'm not saying that. But that's okay. I'm not judging that. Who has? I know I haven't. But I do feel a little bit of like I want to say, like I want to warn you, like do I think this, like let's say if, like I don't feel you help anyone to get something in return, but maybe energetically I was hoping that this would help in some way. But I'm just going to be honest. I feel like I kind of get the feeling like did you say D? Oh, it jumped away. I feel like one's a taker and one's a giver. And I feel you're the giver. You know, I feel like, you know, part of you is like you're trying to help. You're trying to help. And I feel like you're coming from a very good place. But I feel like there's a part of this person that you can't help. You know, like they are who they are until they decide to be different. But I don't see that happening right now. And I almost feel like the energy of, I don't know, like like where I could be like, oh man, I'm in such trouble or something like that. And you're like, what, like, what do you need? Um, it's almost like I can count on you in that way. Now, others would appreciate that very much, but in a way, and it's not that I feel this person doesn't appreciate it, but I feel like it's almost like they know that if there's issues that almost like you'll be there to deal with them. But listen, I feel like you shouldn't be. I don't think you should. I think you should do the opposite. Now, that's just what I'm feeling. I, of course, want you to trust your own intuition, but that's what I'm feeling. Like, I don't feel like it helps this person to evolve. And sometimes we help people, but really what they're going through is a life lesson, and they need to go through that. And some of us rescuers, and I'm one of them, um, want to swoop in and save the day, so to speak. But then really what we're doing is taking away their life lesson, and then they don't evolve. Now, I'm not putting anything on your shoulders. You're only coming from kindness. But I feel like now you need to try the opposite. And I'm sorry. Like, I wish I could give you better news, but that is just what I'm picking up. And I do feel sorry because I feel like it probably hurts hearing that. And man, I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but I am not seeing progression. All right, I'm going to leave that there. Sam, when I'm done with live readings, like I like to spend like a half an hour by myself and just like calm my mind down. Um, or because like if I go in the living room, he's got the TV on, and like the TV is too loud. It's just like I just got to calm down my energy after these readings. Why am I telling you this? I forget where I was going with this. I don't even know. Noki is the last reading, guys. So I don't know if you can anew. I can oh, well, I guess you know what? I'll do your reading. But let me go ahead and do Lydia. I think Lydia, right? All right, I'm gonna do Lydia, Noki, and then Anu, and then I got to go, guys. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. That's totally okay. That's totally okay. I'm just looking for something real quick. I was looking for the one who said they didn't get their reading, but I don't see any. I don't see any that I missed. Oh. Sorry, I'm going so slow. It just takes. Oh, I'm sorry. I just skip over you. Okay. All right. So this is for Dom. Dom. Because I can't pronounce the first part. Okay. I donated not long ago. You helped me take the final step to end that relationship. Can you let me know what my next steps should be with Jonathan? Excuse me. Yeah, I feel like staying with the psychic tarot. And I don't know how I missed your question. I'm sorry. I know I read it. I mean, I know I saw it, but then I don't know how I just went on without it. Okay, balance. Whoa. Hello, love begins. Ace of Cups. Obstacles and challenges. Choose wisely. Hello, lovers. Okay, let's stop for a second. So, balance, I feel like, is the cutting of ties to your last relationship. Now, as I say that, I wonder, have you cut the energetic ties? Um, because I feel like the obstacles and challenges, it doesn't feel major to me. You know, and this is probably talking about Jonathan. But it doesn't feel like major challenges in front of us. But you do have the Seven of Cups there, so I wonder if you worry, should I or shouldn't I? Am I ready to get into another love relationship? That type of thing. So let's go deeper. Moving on. Transformation. That kind of makes me feel like this obstacles was dealing with the last person, because transformation means closing of doors. But what door? Well, right above it is obstacles and challenges, and right beside it is moving on. That means you moved on from the toxicity, and now you're moving into the next chapter. And I feel like that's this. I think you said Jonathan, right? Yeah. So that's what it feels like. Material and spiritual prosperity. So two sixes mirroring each other. I'm going to take one on one end. Look at that. The Ace of Pentacles. And then recognition and reward. Beautiful. Okay. I have a feeling you're going to fall in love. I have a feeling you're going to fall in love. What's the difference here? I'll tell you what I feel like the difference is. I feel like it's a recognition of one's soul. Like maybe Jonathan's a soulmate, and maybe the person before was just so you could learn from, like karmic type energy. When I see justice, I often feel that like it's karmic. especially when we're doing a love reading, but I definitely feel it is the cutting of ties from the previous relationship. And how do I love that the Ace of Pentacles then shows up? The Ace of Pentacles, something into your physical world. Well, we know it's a person, right? And then the Ace of Cups, love begins. So I do feel like, at least the remnants of love are going to start reaching you if they haven't already. Um, and I feel like, I love that you said that you were able to put that relationship behind you, because I feel like that's exactly what it takes. You know what I mean? Because I feel like for these aces, like my heart needs to be open. And I also love the Three of Pentacles next to material and spiritual prosperity. It's almost like like this is a spiritual connection. Now, that doesn't guarantee us anything, you know, especially when you have the Seven of Cups, because the Seven of Cups is like trying to make a decision, but I'm a little leery, like I'm a little uncertain. It can feel chaotic, but sometimes it can feel chaotic if I haven't like cleared all the energy of the past. And what I mean by that is, like, if the person before didn't treat me right, well, I don't want to go into my next relationship automatically thinking, well, that person's going to do the same thing. Now, if you find yourself like that just keeps happening, then one's got to look at their own energy. And I don't mean that in a judgmental way. I mean that in, like, I've got to know me, and I've got to know, why these situations happen. Where's my vibration? Now, that's just the past, okay? But I do feel like this is much more on a spiritual level than your last relationship, much more. I'm going to take one right in the middle. Look at that, victory and success. I do feel like you're falling in love. You're going to fall in love. And I do feel like both of you are going to fall in love. We do have the Lovers here. So it's not one person there. There's two people there. And then you have victory and success. And I love that you have the Six of Swords here also, because to me, that 5 here, I feel like that belongs to the past. And this is you saying goodbye to the past, goodbye to the toxicity. And then I feel like that means that you are really allowing, well, first of all, you're closing that door to the past, locking it, and then allowing the next door to open up. Just so happens to be love. And it does feel like it's something that's meant to, I hate to use the words meant to be, because then people get hung up, like something happens and it's like, but wait a minute, you're meant to be. But, we have more than one lover in our lifetime. But anyways, and I feel like with many lovers, we have great potential, but it's our humanness that gets in the way, but that is life. But listen, I feel like this is a recognition of souls. And I also love that you have spiritual prosperity here. It's like you have learned your lessons. And it's like you were blowing that trumpet of victory. You reached your mountaintop, and it was not easy. But man, I feel like it was worth it. As hard as it was still worth it. So I feel like this energy has very good potential to it. It just really does. It's got great energy. And because you have the Seven of Cups, which can feel chaotic, this is the type of energy I'd say, take it slow. You know what I mean? Take it slow. And sometimes I feel like, why not take it slow? Because that's where, like the butterflies and the joy and the dating and the excitement and the long conversation. You're like, why do we want to miss that? I also find it interesting you got a 6 and a 5 and then the 6 here. Um, so I just want to say I definitely feel this is spiritual connection. So I feel like it's got a very good chance. A very good chance. Now, people are free will, and that I cannot control. But if we took free will out of it, I feel like it has a very, very good chance because I feel like this is on a spiritual level. I'm glad you pointed out that I missed your reading. Because I definitely feel like you're meant to see that. And I apologize for skipping right over you. My God, you must have had to wait forever. Okay. Noki, what's coming in? See, I can't talk anymore. What's coming up next for love? Okay. What's coming up next for me in love? Will I go to a new relationship? Okay. Noki. And that's just because I can't pronounce your first name. Zariah? I don't even try anymore because I just butcher names. Let's use the light seers. All right, what's coming up next for you in love? Will there be a new relationship? Whoa. All right, with the 5 of Wands, the Page of Swords, we have the Death card. I'm kind of glad to see the Death card right there because of the 5 of Wands. Right off the bat, I felt like that was older energy. That's that battling type energy. It could have been like a past relationship where like communication just was not good. I feel like it's saying put that behind you, close that door, and I feel like you have. The Death card, well, it says a death rebirth. It's about transformation. The Strength card of Leo. We got Scorpio and Leo right there. How everything's split. 5 of Wands came face up right under that 5. I'm sorry, the 5 of Pentacles under the 5 of Wands. That makes total sense. 2 Pentacles. So what's next? Here's your question. Okay, what's next? You know what I feel? I do feel like there's love coming your way. Even before we get the evidence, I already feel like there's love coming your way. And I also feel for your comfort, I feel like it's someone who's going to approach you. And I mean that because I feel like it's you deciding whether you're going to want to go forward or not. And I think that's a good thing. Ace of Swords. Well, Death card says, close that door. There's going to be a rebirth. And out comes the Ace of Swords. So probably some type of communication. We have the Devil. Devil keeps showing up. We have the Moon. And I'm going to take a card on this side. We have the Two of Swords. Okay. I'm losing my voice. All right. So these two fives. First of all, the Five of Pentacles. There's difficult energy, but it's temporary energy. And I have to tell you, I feel like in the Five of Pentacles, sometimes it's energy of something I didn't even ask for. And it could have been because of lower vibrational energy. You know what I mean? Like you were with someone who just carried lower vibrational energy and then like closed the door on it type of energy where what the hell? But what I love about the Five of, because there's always something good to find out of it too, is in the Five of Pentacles, I feel like where you're moving to energetically, maybe even physically, is towards soulmate type energy. And I don't mean that just love. I mean like your soul tribe. But maybe even a soulmate. We have the Magician, the Queen of Swords. See what she's looking at. The Six of Pentacles. Okay, so dare I also say that I feel like in a previous relationship, you probably have given so much more than you received. And even though something ended, it in time, I feel like thank God. Like in time, thank God. And I love from the Five of Pentacles, well, here is the Six of Pentacles. Here it is. And the Magician, your power in manifesting. Manifesting what? Well, love. So what would that mean? That would mean the Magician would say, where's your energy? Are you ready for love? Are you really ready for love? Is your heart open? And if your heart is open, then you should have love. And I feel like you're just naturally someone who wants to leave their heart open. I'm going to go right below that. Justice and the Lovers. Look at that. Another six. 2 6s tied together. You know, I just want to say, I feel like June is really popping out to me. And I don't like to give dates and stuff like that because you never know what's going to happen in life. But for some reason, June is really popping out to me for you. And I feel like, let's just say your next relationship, I feel like it's going to be very different than the relationships you've had before. Why? Because I feel like this person has also evolved. I feel like this person has also been through the ringer, so to speak, and they had to find their way. And I feel like this person's also is very compassionate, very giving. But they had their own things they had to overcome. But listen, I feel like these things that we've overcome are going to help each other. We're going to help each other. Now, you as the manifester, it's important that you understand that, right? Because if I want to manifest love, I don't want to put I don't want to tell the universe, okay, this person must have dark hair and dark eyes. But what I do want is someone who matches my vibration. I don't want lower vibrational energy. Been there, done that. I want someone who matches my vibration. the universe would say to you, well, is your heart open? Are you able to give the love that you want to receive? And the answer is yes. Then I feel like that's what you're going to manifest. So, are you manifesting a relationship? To me, that just means something was meant to be anyway, but maybe now you're calling it in. Your soul's calling it in. And it does feel different. Like, I feel like this is different than what you're used to. Again, different levels of love, but I feel like this is way up there. And don't hold me to it, but I feel June, I feel, and I'm not even going to say it has to, maybe it won't, maybe it'll be before June. Maybe June is where, like, we really start to realize, hey, I really like you. Okay. All right, so I knew, well, me and Kashia, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Will you come back together? Before your message, I just took time to show up. Oh, yeah. No biggie. So Anu's the last reading I'm going to do, guys, and I apologize for any questions I left on the table, but I have to draw a line somewhere in the sand. I'm going to use the crystal vision. Did we just use? No, we used the light seers. All right. So, will you come back together? All right, we have the Five of Cups. Tells me that maybe you're missing each other. Queen of Wands. Ten of Pentacles. Eight of Swords. Interesting, because even if we might be missing each other, it feels like nobody's doing anything about it. And why? Because maybe both are afraid of being shot down. Remember that Eight of Swords is the self-created prison. And the only one who can really uncreate that prison is the one who created it. And it could be both of you. Because I'm feeling that in the Five of Cups also, that it's not just you, it's both of you. Of course, that doesn't guarantee us anything, but it depends if someone takes action or not. We get the Page of Swords, so just maybe that is regarding communication. Hello, Will. Something coming back around again? I also want to say, I feel like this 5 to a 10, like, I feel like, like a 5 energy is a lot of uncertainty or what have you. This 10 of Pentacles is very grounded energy. And that also may be a sign, like, if we come back together, We got to make sure our energy is really grounded. And that's how we can best serve ourselves, serve this relationship. We have the Death card. And then look at this, the 10 of Cups. Wow. Judgment. And what's mirroring Judgment? The 2 of Pentacles. Okay. If you're in the 8 of Swords, which just means that you're trying to protect yourself, right? I don't want to get hurt. And I get that. But I also feel like, does that not block certain opportunities at the same time? I think it does. Now that 8 is mirroring a 5. 5 is change. 8 is a new beginning. The change has already happened. The new beginning, not so much. Why? Well, because I'm in prison. I'm in prison. But the wheel is spinning. And not only do you have the 10 of Pentacles here, you also have the 10 of Cups. And Judgment. Another reason why that 8 of Swords has to go, no matter what happens. Like, that 8 of Swords does not serve us, ever. It's really why it's created is because we're not trusting in our own intuition. I mean, and we don't want to get hurt again. But how do we protect ourselves from not getting hurt again? Our intuition. So Judgment's calling you to the present moment. So there does look like there's an opportunity for this to come back around again. And I do feel like both of you are missing each other. But, you know, I'm worried that you're both in that 8 of Swords energy. So in that 8 of Swords, I feel like nobody will reach out. But then we do have the Page of Swords down here. And that's why, in a way, I feel like that 8 of Swords is yours. I feel like that's the main thing you want to look at, because everything else seems to be going in the direction that I think that you wanted to go. But just think about it. Let's say this comes back around, but you're still in the 8 of Swords. So you're still like, you're in that protection energy, you know, like, I want to make sure you're not going to hurt me, this, that. Right off the bat, I'm putting like a dark spot upon our love, upon, you know, the rebuilding of this. So I feel like, you know, if this comes back together, which I do feel like it really has a good chance, then I need to take on more of the Fool's energy, which means that, you know, if something needs to be forgiven, if this is what I really want, and if this is what they really want, and if something needs forgiven, then I'm going to forgive it. Conversation just to understand it, you know, but the potential is so great, yet our earthly mind can certainly block it. And your spiritual team, it's like they're trying to call you out of that energy and into the present energy, into the present moment energy. So it literally feels like they're trying to call you out of that. You know, that's a free will energy. So they can't make you leave that 8 of Swords, but they can certainly try to reach you. I feel like this has a very good chance. I just gotta let that 8 of Swords go. You know, uncreate that prison, and what you have is freedom. Freedom to be, freedom to love, freedom to be myself. Okay. Wow. Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. And I feel like both of you are missing each other. All right, guys. I got to go. I'm sorry for any questions I left on the table, but literally I got here at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what, 7 hours, 6 hours? I don't even know. I can't even count. I love you guys. I thank you. I will see you next time at our table. Have a great rest of your day. It's Sunday here. Oh my God. Well, it's 8 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock, Eastern, or PM. What am I trying to say? Yeah, PM. Yeah, 8 o'clock at night. See, this is why I can only do readings for so long. Then my mind goes a little crazy. I love you guys. I thank you. Truly. Thank you so much. I pray that your dreams come true. You know, especially the ones that are meant for you. I pray that you allow them. I love you. I'll see you next time at our table, guys. Bye-bye.